Hey guys, this is going to be a different video compared to what I normally work on. I know that a lot of people are used to seeing gaming clips, long plays, photo compilations, things like that. But I was going to do something different for this line of videos. So it's been, for the last week or so, it's been Abuse Awareness Week. And it comes around every year. A lot of my friends have been wanting me to make an entry. They normally go off and they talk about their abuse and make 30-minute videos and raise awareness and stuff, but for the last while I've actually had cold feet because for me it was a very traumatic thing, and I finally feel that I've advanced enough in my mental health that I can confidently sit down and talk about this. I know that it's been overdue for a while. And my friend Jason finally sat down and he's like, Raim, honey, you gotta go and do this, you gotta work on it. And so I said to myself, alright, maybe now's the time. So I have a very extensive history of abuse, and so I'm not gonna go through my entire life. I'm just gonna focus on the last relationship that I had to a person that I was engaged to, and it's going to cover quite a bit. So, there's probably most likely going to be 2 videos to this series. There's going to be a couple of different releases. The chunks are going to be released independently, and then there's going to be a giant master edit where it's literally from start to finish. It's probably going to be clocking in at around, I want to say 4, maybe 4.5 hours. So I'm a very private human being. I don't really like to talk about my life that much. It's not something that I really enjoy. I definitely have a lot of closeted stuff, and it's been like that for as long as I can remember. So when people ask me to talk about the abuse, I do get the occasional comment about it on YouTube, because in some of my commentaries I do talk about the abuse a fair bit, and so people have been asking about it. So a while back I'd written a paper about it. I still have that paper on stack, but the thing is sometimes people just want something to listen to or to learn something while they go and do things. So I've decided all these years later for Abuse Awareness Week to actually go do a commentary about it, talk about what happened, how it impacted me, things like that. This video is going to be my oral history of what happened, and then the next video is going to be nothing but commentary about the evidence that was collected, exhibiting her various behaviors, explaining what certain things are, things like that, so people can get an idea of what I and everybody else had to go and deal with. So let's go ahead and begin, shall we? I had started dating a woman named Alexis Dahl way back in the beginning of 2016. I had been out of the dating pool for quite some time. I had lost my first wife, my child, and I just didn't want to date for a bit. A lot of my friends were heavily suggesting that I get back out there and I start dating again, and so I had met her in a streamer named Agnes Singe. His chat and stuff, we both watched his content fairly regularly because he was a pretty cool dude and stuff, and we would go and we would talk in Twitch chat a fair bit. And so when Dark Souls 3 had released, I had popped into her stream, and with me being very PvP centric, I had challenged her to go and fight in PvP. And then when she had lost, I had offered to teach her how to PvP. So we had started spending a fair bit of time together. She used to hang out with this other bloke at the time named Zero Gravity. And he was he was one of her friends for a while. I don't know if they still hang out, but, they were kind of attached to the hip for a bit, claimed to be best friends, all that stuff. So after I had hung out with her enough, everything was kind of jiving really well, and I asked her, I said, hey, do you want to date? She was way the hell up in Canada. I was living in Arizona, and so she eventually had said yes, and we had started dating. The rest of the year, for the most part, was relatively normal, about as normal as it could be. I found that the relationship moved a little bit fast. She was very quick to say I love you and, you know, we're soulmates and everything else. I had a fully loaded Twitter account at the time, and she would go and like every single tweet I had, and it would be like, I love the heck out of you and all this stuff. We had learned a fair bit about each other. We both told each other about our trauma and stuff and where we had come from and everything like that. It's kind of like, thinking back on it now, is kind of surreal with how fast everything was moving, because with me, relationships develop really slowly, but they're very rock solid. Like, all of my friends, I've had them for well over 25 years at this point. And so we sat down, we talked about each other's trauma and stuff. She had told me that she survived a string of abuse, and at the time I believed it. You know, she was telling me that her last boyfriend apparently was going and serving 25 years for being a trafficker and then trying to sell her to another trafficker. And I was like, you know, that's really awful. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. You're not gonna have to worry about that with me. And so she had also stated at the time that she wasn't working because she was recovering from leukemia, and Canada was giving her payments to pay her bills and stuff. She was on some form of disability to go and pay her bills while she recovered, and that she was coming out of it and recovering and everything else. So I said to myself, you know, that's pretty cool. We were both music nerds. She claimed at the time that she was playing music for like a lot of bands, and I have my own band and stuff. You know, it's not a large band or anything. We're definitely local. We go around a fair bit and, you know, play shows and stuff, but we're not, you know, what I would deem as famous. So I kind of made up my mind early on. I said, yeah, you know, I want to stay with this one because I like somebody that has a similar background to mine. It makes it very easy to relate, and we should get along pretty famously. We're both dog lovers, you know. Everything was just really good. So the first year more or less came and went. We spent the holidays very quietly. Both of us were kind of hesitant to talk about the relationship and stuff. All of our friends knew. She had claimed that she had no family and stuff, that her mom and her dad were both dead. And my mom and my dad, with my relationships, I have a tendency to keep it quiet because I just like to do my relationships myself. I don't really like to involve my family too much, because then if something happens, it doesn't just hurt me, it also hurts them, and I just really don't want that, you know? So we had spent the holidays kind of quietly, and moving into 2017, tragedy had struck for the first time. She was having a hard time getting work because apparently nobody wanted to hire her for being trans. She was claiming at the time that she's like a licensed electrician and stuff, that she was a journeyman. I said, oh, okay, well, it shouldn't be that hard to go and find work. They were getting ready to go and stop her payments pretty soon because she was well enough to work. She had recovered enough, and so she had to go and find a job pretty soon while the payments were still rolling in, to ease the transition from being on disability over to being gainfully employed and stuff. Tragedy had struck when her dog had gotten really sick. At the time, I was on a fixed income and stuff because my body was falling apart, and they didn't really know why. I was still in the process of investigating it. They just knew that I had like tons of inflammation and my body just wasn't really doing well. So I had a fixed income and like a small savings that I had set to the side for myself. She had come home one day, told me she found her dog on the ground. She had a little tiny teddy bear chihuahua named Toby, and she was telling me that there was something wrong with like the dog's mouth and she had to take it to the vet. I said, okay, not a problem. She took the dog to the vet, and apparently the dog had developed an abscess because the dog had really bad dental issues from eating wet food and human food all the time. So they wanted to go and charge her $2,000 at the time, I believe. And so she was like, I can't pay this, you know, I have like all these bills and stuff, and I'm still paying on my mortgage, because she was trying to be a home buyer at the time. And so I had leaned in, we had been together a good bit, and I said, tell you what, I got some money set to the side, go ahead, find a company that'll go and allow you to make payments, and I'll go ahead and make the payments on it. Nobody should ever have to be without their best friend. I had a giant black lab and German Shepherd myself named Ladybug, and at the time I couldn't really imagine life without her, even though she was kind of climbing up there. And so she agreed. She got really excited, told me that she loved me, and I had started making payments on the dog's medical bills, more or less. And so the first half of 2017 was okay for the most part. We had gamed together pretty regularly. She continued looking for work, and work just wasn't really happening because it was a down economy. Canada was getting hit worse than most, especially the services industry and stuff. And so she was kind of struggling with it a fair bit. I had decided to take up casting again on Twitch. And so I had started casting pretty regularly. I was going and doing games like Dark Souls and Killing Floor, and just like all these games that I just enjoyed playing. A lot of Doom, a lot of Quake, just titles that I immensely enjoy. Naturally, she became my moderator, my editor. And so I had introduced her to my friends. My friends were completely cool with her at the time. They were like, "Hey, we're happy that you're happy, hon." And I was like, "Thanks, guys." We're both trans. She's a trans woman, and I'm an intersex woman that at the time hadn't started transitioning over yet. And my friends just wanted to see me happy. They felt that both of us being trans gave us some common ground and stuff. And so we would spend our days going. She would get up early in the morning, fill out her paperwork for her payments to continue. And then we would typically go and spend the afternoons and evenings playing Xbox and stuff. I normally had pretty loaded mornings with my medical life. It was keeping me relatively busy at the time. So I had started streaming to pass the time and stuff. Literally, I met a bunch of cool people on Twitch, and I started to get to know her friends a little bit. She was rolling with a bunch of streamers at the time, and her life kind of revolved around them a fair bit. So I had met Gravy, Zero Gravity. Everybody called him Gravy at the time. Very early on, he seemed like a cool dude, really shy. I could tell that he had self-esteem issues and stuff, but he seemed like a genuinely good dude. And I was very proud to know him for a while. She used to hang out with another gentleman named Ghost Dog 2 from the UK. And he was a cool dude too, but he was a little bit rough around the edges. I still enjoyed his company for a while until we wound up going our separate ways. She used to hang out with this other guy named Zilla7478. We didn't really mesh well together. The first time that I had met him and stuff, he was completely hammered off his ass. And he was bragging about all the hell that he had raised with his parents when he was younger, back when he was living in New York and stuff, and bragging about drug and alcohol use and everything else. And I would question her about it because it just seemed like an oddball thing to really be proud of, and she'd be like, "Well, that's just Zilla being Zilla, and don't think about it too much." So I had him on my friends list, but I wouldn't really reach out to him. He was mainly there to show her that I approved of them hanging out and stuff, but I myself didn't hang out with him. He didn't, as far as I could tell, most of the people that I saw him hanging out with, he didn't really keep good company. Most of the time they were all fucked up on drugs and shit, so I just kind of had a tendency to stay away. And so these are the people that she would primarily gravitate around. She had another friend, if you could call him that, named Zindane91, and he was okay and stuff, and he wound up being super sleazy later, but we're going to go ahead and get into that later on down the line of this video. So I met her friends, and they all seemed very quirky and stuff and slightly strange. A lot of the friends that she had were either fucked up on drugs or they would drink heavily. She only had 2 friends that I was aware of that didn't do this, and that was Sidecar Angel, who she used to mod for, and then Queen Homicida, who she also used to mod for as well. Both of them were mid-tier streamers that were kind of in their prime back then. So she would get on Xbox and then go ahead and pop on Twitch, and she would moderate for them and stuff. And I was like, it's good to have hobbies. It's glad to see that she's helping out people and stuff. And everything was okay. Things had kind of kept progressing for a while, and the middle of 2017 had hit, and things had gotten kind of strange. We were sitting down one night, and I was casting. She was in the stream with me, lending her voice to the stream. We were both playing games at the time, and she had freaked out, said that she had hated me, and that she wanted to kill me and my family. And I was like, what the fuck? I thought it was a joke at first because I joke like that with my friends. Like, my friends and I all have really fucking crazy ass dark humors to us. And so I was like, that's kind of strange, you know, and I just kind of, my moderator at the time was worried about it, so he had saved the VOD. And he had questioned me about it. He goes, you know, what is this? And I said, I have no idea. So I went to bed that night. He had saved the VOD. The following morning, I had gotten up, I had messaged her, said that I needed to speak to her, essentially. And I was like, you know, what is this? And I asked her about it. She said that it had never happened and that she didn't know what I was talking about. Well, she was drinking the night before. I thought that she was just blackout drunk. I said that I had the video for it and that I wanted to show it to her. She had freaked out a little bit and said, no, that's fine, and that it wouldn't happen again. So I said, okay. I held her, I kept her on as a mod. And I was like, okay guys, it was just a one-off event, you know, probably drinking a little bit too much, it gets a little wild and crazy, that's fine. The year continued, and things had started to tighten up a bit. The chats were getting kind of strange. I would go and I would talk about musical projects I was working on, and I would share my material with her. And she would be like, you know, I can do better vocals than this, and, you know, the thing is I'm the vocalist for my band. And I do, like, really guttural growls, like, I just sound really heavy. You know, like, even with vocal training to be a little bit more femme, I still sound very heavy. And so she would sit there and say that she could go take all my music, add better vocals to it. And I said, hon, these songs are already set in stone. If you want to go and do, like, a cover or something, you know, if you want to go and record fresh material with me, that's fine. I'd love to do it. You know, and she wasn't satisfied with it for whatever reason. She's like, no, I could just go and do the vocals on these tracks, and then we can re-release them. And my band wasn't comfortable with that. They were like, you know, these songs are fine, right? There's no reason for this. Why doesn't she just do a cover with slightly different stylings and instrumentals, and then she can redo the vocals? And she wasn't really, again, satisfied with this. So I told her, I said, you know, that's fine, hon. You know, we won't even worry about it. We can just make fresh material together. And I had started sending her less and less material that I was working on. My band was already getting ready to disband at the time because we all wanted to work on separate projects, but we wanted to bang out one last really good release before we went our separate ways. We all still know each other, it's just we're all working on different things. And so I wasn't really too enthused about this. She would go and randomly disappear sometimes during the night as well. She would never really explain where she was going. She would just up and disappear. No, be right back. No, hey, I'm handling this. She would just be up and gone. So she would disappear for a couple hours at a time. I would still be left in the chat waiting for her to come back. And after a while, this had started to annoy me because it just feels really rude to start a chat with somebody and then just randomly disappear. So I had sat there for a while, and I was talking. I had accepted a phone call, and I leave my mic open for everything, and I was going and I was talking to one of my close friends about it. I said, yeah, I'm not really feeling this. I'm not really sure, you know, what the hell's going on, more or less. And so she had come back, she had thrown a temper tantrum. She was like, don't you love me? And I was like, well, yeah, hon, I do, but you're leaving for hours at a time. You're not even saying that you're leaving. I don't care where you go or what you do, you know. This is just a little bit weird for me, because normally when I'm in a chat and anybody from my friend group or even like past love interests have had to go anywhere, they're like, hey, I'll be right back, I'm handling stuff. And so the rest of us are like, alright man, we'll see you when you get back, it's not a problem. So she would randomly disappear, and she would come back, and it'd be like really weird kind of explanations. She's like, oh, my friend needed me. And it's like, okay, well, your friend needed you for what? And if I would ask her, I would never really get an answer. So after a while, I just kind of eyeballed it, and I said, okay, yeah, she's doing whatever. And so eventually she would start to give me answers like, oh, my friend needed me to go pick them up, or my friend needed me to go and help them with this, or my friend's going to be crashing at my house because they're in an abusive relationship and they need a place to go. And I said, you know what, that's fine. It's good to help people. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to be going and sweating it too much, more or less. So for a while, this was kind of the status quo. Eventually, the funds that she was receiving had started to run out, and it was putting pressure on her. And so, without funds, she wasn't able to pay for the internet. She wasn't really able to go and make house payments. So I had transitioned over from paying for the dog's surgery to being like, okay, we're going to go ahead and cover your food bill, help with the internet, things like that. And I would typically send it over via digital transfer over PayPal. And so everything was fine for a little bit. Well, about as fine as it could be. A couple of months rolled by. And everything was just kind of going and doing its thing. We had started arguing a little bit because she was constantly out of food. I was giving her more than enough to go and get food, but she was constantly out of food for some reason. And I would ask her why. I said, hon, this is more than enough to go and get food. Well, I had to go and give some food to my friend and, this person, that person. I'm trying to help people. And I said, hon, you gotta worry about food for yourself. And so she would go and get angry and she would kind of snap at me. She goes, well, some of us like taking care of people. And I take care of people all the time. It's not entirely unusual and stuff. And so I just kind of said, hon, you gotta worry about yourself before you can go and take care of others. That's kind of how that works. And so this would breed tension for a while. She would go get money, spend it on people that she shouldn't really be helping because she's not really in any position to do so. And while it's good to have a big heart, in order to go and give to other people, you have to be able to sustain yourself first. You can't run yourself into the ground, right, to go and take care of them. So this became a point of tension. She had started drinking a fair bit. She didn't drink when we had gotten together. It was something that kind of spawned out of the blue. And then she had started making claims that she was like beat up and all this other stuff and that she was raped. I lost count of how many times she said that she was sexually assaulted. It was a pretty regular occurrence. It would normally happen every month to every month and a half. And it was really pissing me off. At the time, I would frequently ask, what's being done about this? Who's investigating this? I would ask all these questions because with sexual assault, I get pissed with it. I get pissed when it happens to others. I wasn't okay when it happened to me. So when I hear about things like this, because this person's with me, I get mad. Even if she wasn't with me at the time, I would have still been pissed because this shit is awful. So she would make interesting claims like, I was raped on the sidewalk by 5 men and I was unconscious for all of it. And it was just really weird because I was like, okay, you're claiming that you're walking down the sidewalk and you get sexually assaulted by like 5 men and you were unconscious for all of it. And it's like, okay, well, you say that you never went to the police. If you're unconscious, how did you know how many men were there? And if you were in like a public sidewalk just walking down, wouldn't somebody, ever step in to go and do something? Like, I don't know about you, but if that shit happened to my town, people would be all over them. That shit would not be happening. And then there was another time she had told me a story where apparently she was in her backyard and 3 men had jumped the fence and raped her. And so I had asked her at the time, I was like, did you go to the police? And she's like, no, I don't. No, I didn't. I can't trust them. And I'm just sitting there going, hon, they need to run a kit on you. If you don't go to the police, at least go to the hospital so they can run a kit on you and we can put the bastards behind bars. Nothing ever came of this. I was pretty confused by it because when it had happened to me, I literally had no choice in the matter. I was literally over at a hospital and they were taking samples. That's just kind of how that is, but with her it's like no hospital, no police, just the claim. So this would go on for a while. She would ask me if I believed her and stuff, and in the back of my mind I was like, something's kind of wrong here. But since I'm with them, it's like, you're trying to reassure them, so it's like, okay, hon, yeah, I believe you. And so it would keep the peace for a bit, but this would go on for a while. She would say that somebody beat her up in a parking lot and that she had cracked and broken bones and that she was like heavily bruised up and stuff, and it was just really strange. So I'd be like, mail me a picture of you, please. And so she would mail me like a photo of her with like her bruised face, and she'd be crying and stuff. But the thing is like the photos would always be like unnaturally dark. And so I would eventually be like, hey, can I have a well-lit photo? And I know that this probably comes off as being kind of rude, but I've seen people fake sexual assault so much that I've just learned to ask for well-lit photos because I want to see what it is I'm working with, more or less. And so I went and I asked her, and they never materialized. She would also say that she had like cracked and broken bones, and I would ask her if she got casts, and she'd be like, oh no, I didn't go to the hospital, I just came home. You came home with broken bones, really? So this would become a point of tension throughout all of 2017. She had started to lose her home. She decided that she was going to sell the home and then go ahead and live off of whatever the hell it was that she was going to get out of it, because when she sold the home, she would have to go pay off the rest of the bank because she was still making payments on it, and then whatever the hell was left, she would be able to walk with. So that was the game plan for a while. She was constantly out of food. The internet was constantly up, constantly down. Finally, she had disappeared for 3 months. And this had freaked me out. My anxiety was already like really high because she was constantly claiming sexual assault. She was constantly claiming that she was beat up and out of food, and after a while it was literally driving me to drink, more or less. Like, I actually had to recover from alcoholism after this. And so it was really fucked up because she was making all these claims, and it was hiking my anxiety so high to a point where if I didn't hear from her, I would freak out. I wouldn't freak out and be mad with it. I would be freaking out because I didn't know if she was okay. And when I care about somebody, I wonder these things, I worry about these things. And so my behavior had eventually started to go straight to hell. I never knew she was okay, so she would like disappear for extended periods. I would call, it would say the number was disconnected. And then sometimes if she didn't show up when she said she was gonna show up, I'd kind of freak out and think she either got raped or beat up or murdered, so I would go and I would call her phone and I'd be like, hey, what's going on? Are you okay? Eventually this narrative would pop up that I was trying to control her, but the lack of feedback on her side of things was so goddamn heavy that she would never really have an answer for anything. And so I eventually got to the point where I was sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I was arguing with her kind of a little bit roughly. I said, "Hun, I can't do this." So she had sent me a text message stating that she loved me and that she would see me amongst the stars, and I saw that and I was like, this is a thinly veiled suicide note. I had called the RCMP because she had tried to kill herself. She had chugged a bunch of pills. And I said to myself, this is not okay. I realized at this point that she had mental health issues. I didn't know what. My anxiety was really far out of hand. I was like shaking all the time. My health was starting to go to hell. And so she had spent a month in the ward, and they had concluded that she came back with a bunch of paperwork, and we were staring at it via Skype at the time, and she was like, "Oh, well, I got diagnosed," and she would go and send me pics of her paperwork, and I would take note of the medical codes attached to the forms. So she told me she was diagnosed with nothing but BPD. When I looked at the medical forms, they said BPD, anxiety, and then NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. So I said, "Oh, you have NPD," and she goes, "Yeah, but it's fine. It doesn't impact much." And so I was just kind of sitting there. I didn't really know about narcissism that much at the time. And so this was kind of a pivotal point in the relationship, because from this point forward, she would go and use this as a weapon against me. And so what had happened was the entire time she was in the ward, I would call the staff, and I'd be like, "How is she doing?" And the staff would be like, "Oh, she's doing fine, would you like us to let her know that you called. And I said, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I would send her flowers and stuff because I just, they wouldn't let her have the vase because, you know, sharp glass object. But they would let her have the flowers, and, you know, I wanted her to feel like she was being taken care of. To have mental illness is really fucking awful. To have no support while having mental illness is worse. So I went to, shit hit the fan. She said that she was going to kill herself, and so I had called the RCMP again. And you know, she went ahead and she wound up going into the ward again. She was in there for a week this time, and, you know, her anxiety was really bad, and she wound up leaving early because she had to go and handle life, more or less, you know, like her housing situation was collapsing, all the food was collapsing, just everything was looking really, really fucking awful. So I went to go and send flowers. The flower delivery company had called me. They're like, there's nobody here by that name. So I was like, huh, that's odd. Are you sure? She should still be there. She eventually cropped back up a week later, and I had asked her, I said, well, yeah, hon, I went to send you some flowers. And they said that you weren't there. And she was like, oh, well, they wanted to make sure that I could survive over a week by myself and all this other stuff. And so there was, like, no communication on her being out at all. Like, whenever I would go and get out something medically, I'd be like, baby, I'm doing fine, I'm out, everything's great. So I found this to be really, really weird. I had talked amongst my friends for a while, and I still had a lot of her friends on my friends list at the time. And a lot of them had started to be assholes about shit. Like, if I wanted to talk to Zilla about anything, no, I can't do it right now, or, you know, I don't have time for this, and, like, all this other shit. I had tried to talk to Eugene about it, and he was, you know, always busy, or sometimes he just wouldn't reply. Just the reliability of these people was non-existent. You know, it just didn't exist with them. And so the end of the year had started rolling around, and she had disappeared for 2 weeks, saying that she was handling somebody's death. That she had to leave town in her truck and go and handle somebody's death, and they were super close, and all this other stuff. So I said, alright, dude, whatever. And I had noticed at the time, so she wasn't, like, I found that she would lie a lot about things. Like, she would constantly say, I'm not on Xbox, but she would actually forget that she was appearing online. And then with me at the time, my Xbox was online 24/7. Everybody could see what the hell it was I was doing. Most of the time, I would literally either be sitting on the main menu of a game, or I would be going and sitting on the home screen, or Netflix. Like, you know, those are pretty much the three main things that you would literally see my Xbox be doing. So I would see her Xbox log in over this period, and it would be playing a ton of games and stuff. She didn't have, like, any sort of roommate that I was aware of. And so it had literally gone from bad to worse, you know, and I thought it was weird, so I would call her. And she snapped back, and she was like, I'm trying to live my life, and I'm trying to handle things, and, like, she would come at me with this torrent of anger because I would be like, hon, if you're handling somebody's death, you know, why are you taking the Xbox with you if you're going to be going and dealing with people 24/7? They were good questions to ask, I think. And so she was like, I'll be home soon, stop being so controlling, and she would hang up. So she eventually came back home, and at this point I was just kind of like, yeah, this is what it is, and I wasn't really too enthused. Her friends had never come through for me at all. I had kept casting, and at the time I had moderated one of her friends, and I found that he was literally going and trying to steal from the stream, and he was trying to scalp from the stream as well while he was trying to go and cast. I sent him packing. It wasn't really that great, you know, like, he was not a good dude at all. And so she would sit there and she'd be like, well, don't you trust my friends? And I had gotten to a point where it was a solid resounding no. I said, no, I don't trust him. Most of the time they're fucked up on drugs or alcohol. One of them just tried to fucking steal from me. These are not good people. And she just kind of sat there and she goes, well, you need to trust him. I can't. The holidays kind of more or less came and went. It was the first holiday that we were public together. And so we were going and video chatting over the internet. We spent Christmas together. Everything was fine. Halloween was great. Around this time, she had started to adopt roommates. She had gotten paid, and so she was looking for, the bank officially had full ownership of her home, and she was looking for a new place to go and live. And while she was looking to go and live somewhere else, she had adopted roommates to literally go and pay her bills, more or less. So the first roommate that she had, shit was kind of a mess. They would pop into my cast and stuff, and on Twitter it was really weird because they were kind of following each other, and it looked like they were kind of hitting on each other a fair bit, which was very weird. I would go and I would occasionally go and look at the messages and shit, and it was really weird because this child was barely legal, and then Annie was like well into her 30s at this point, and I thought that was kind of strange. So the child had popped into my cast one night and said, "She's fucking crazy. I can't live here. I gotta go. She's throwing plates at me and screaming at me and all this other stuff." So I had messaged her back via whispers, and I said, "Tell you what, not a problem." I said, "I'm sorry it didn't work out. I'll ask her about it later. You know, I'm sorry that that happened to you." I had talked to Annie about it. She said that her roommate was psychotic and that she had trashed the house and that she was in the process of cleaning up the house and getting it ready for another roommate. And I was like, alright, you know, I'm sorry that it happened. Let's go ahead and push through it. Another roommate had shown up at the time, and it was a male, I believe. And he was going and working in the trades. And so he was showing up at weird hours, going to sleep, and then just listening to music, and he was very inconsistent with his rent. And so she would go and she would rage about it and stuff. I would sit in parties, and I would just kind of, in many ways, endlessly listen to her dump on this guy every chance that she had gotten, and eventually he just got up and left. He didn't want to deal with it. Another young woman had become her roommate, and we were celebrating our anniversary at the time. The new year had rolled around, more or less, and we were going ahead and celebrating our anniversary. She had shown up completely drunk with her roommate. Her roommate had passed out and vomited on the couch, and I was literally sitting on the other end of the video chat just kind of waiting for our evening to start and stuff. And so she would kind of giggle and be like, "I'll be right back," and I kind of sat there for 4 hours and did nothing while she went and catered to this vomiting child. And then she eventually came back, sat on the couch, and passed out from alcohol. So at this point I was kind of like, this isn't getting any better. She had literally become combative at this point and argued to me about everything, saying that I didn't understand what she was going through and that she was about to be homeless and had no food. And around this time she would go and weaponize Twitter a fair bit to attack pretty much anybody and everybody. And it wasn't really getting that much better. I had come up close to stopping casting at this point, because she would go throw temper tantrums and then give me the silent treatment for like a couple of weeks, and it was just really fucking abusive. You know, in general, it was emotional abandonment, more or less. And so she would always go and tell people, well, I'm like this because I've been treated a certain way, and you know, Raim is very manipulative and you can't really trust her with anything. And so my moderators eventually questioned me about this, and I would go and I would share like our chat histories. So she would constantly throw in my face, "Oh, well, it's your fault that I'm like this, I'm gonna kill myself," and like all this other stuff. And so tension was piling on me at kind of a ridiculous rate. She was living in her friends' streams all the time, crying and being pissed and everything else. And instead of going and handling life, you know, instead of like going and dealing with life, she would become terminally online all the time and just get drunk and slam pills. And she was always taking painkillers for some reason, and I never really understood why. She's like, "I'm in pain," and it's like, okay, you're in pain from what, hon? She would never have an answer. So the abuse had kind of climaxed throughout all of 2018. I was getting messages on my whispers from Twitch during cast from people that said that they were dating her, and that they knew pretty much everything about her. So I'd asked them to describe her, and they knew about her personal tattoos and stuff and her dog, and they just knew way too much about her life to really go and be just random passerbys. And so the pressure for this would literally go and kind of keep mounting. At this point, I had invested in a private investigator to go and look into things. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty much done with this. I need to know who the hell it is that I'm going and dating, more or less, you know, and I did it very quietly. You have to register with Canada to go and get a private eye, and I went ahead and did. They asked me why I was doing it. I said, hey, I think I'm being lied to. They went ahead and they waved me through, and the investigation had begun. My track record with the RCMP is actually quite awful, because she would constantly go and claim I'm going to kill myself. I would call the RCMP thinking that she was actually going to do it. They would go over there. I would frequently have female officers sent because she said she was afraid of men. A lot of the time they would call me back. My moderators would sit in on the call, because my phone had this weird thing where I was using an LG V10 at the time, and if you're in a Discord call and then you took a phone call, it would inadvertently merge them together. Like, basically what would happen is everybody in Discord would be able to hear the phone call. And so we had sent a female officer over there to make sure that she was okay. The female officer had called me back, and I said, great, is she alright? Does she need to go to the hospital? And the female officer is like, yeah, she's fine, she's in high spirits. So I realized at this point she had become very good at throwing on faces. She would literally guilt trip me, lie to me, straight up gaslight me in some aspects. And so at this point I knew that I had to leave the relationship, but with her constantly saying she was going to go and kill herself, I did not want that on my conscience, more or less. I kind of sat down and I was like, no, I don't want to be the reason for this, but at the same time, I have to go. The people popping into my stream at the time saying that they were dating her, fucking her, things like that, kind of slowed down a little bit. We had started to make up one night. I had just wrapped up casting. And so she was all lovey-dovey and saying, hey, you know, I'm glad that you're here. I love you. We can work this out. And so I had received a screenshot from somebody in my whispers, and it was an argument between her and him. And it was her screaming at him that I had sexually assaulted her. At the time, I was living 2,800 miles away. We had never met. This was not possible. I had brought it up to her. I had forwarded her the screenshot, and she was like, no, that's how I feel, I'm sorry. And like, she had just straight up fucking panic mode that shit. And I was like, you know, I'm gonna forgive you one time for this. That's all you're getting, just once. Afterwards, things were not the same. I did not spend as much time around her. The relationship was more or less dying at that point. We spent a lot of time arguing. At this point, I had started to develop what's called reactive abuse. And what that means is I was being abused and gaslit for so long that I myself was starting to become abusive as a defense mechanism. So she would go on Twitter and post incredibly emotionally charged stuff that was very toxic. And I was reacting to it because I thought that it was a clear shot at me. And so this cycle would just kind of keep going, and it would kind of keep turning around, and it was just kind of churning in place, and it was just really, really gross. And so things weren't really getting any better. The private investigator had gotten back to me. I found out that she was never in a band. She's never traveled or gone on tour with a band. She typically she was drifting when she was younger from town to town. She was frequently out of work, homeless. She had her truck stolen a while back, and, you know, there was a bunch of old posts around the internet because she uses the same username for everything. And she'd be like, oh, I'm homeless, I'm struggling, are there any friends out in, you know, X, Y, and Z, because I don't want to give away the location or anything. So this was pretty much it. It was like me going and like staring it down straight in the face. She would lie to me all the time. She would make bold claims all the time. She said I was abusing her all the time. I would later find out that this is projection. She would go and just lie to people about me all the time, so her friends eventually started to hate me. She tried this shit with my friends, and they were like, yeah, we know better. And so once she had figured out that they had known better and they presented her with proof of like all of her fuckery, she ran. So the relationship was about halfway past dead. Summertime had rolled around, she just randomly disappeared. I kind of stopped caring at this point. And so my health was starting to tank really, really hard, like super hard. I was in the ER all the time. I had multiple organ failure. We didn't really know why. I found out later on, it was actually, strangely enough, it was this year, I found out that I had a genetic mutation for the HLA-27B gene. And what that does is it makes it to where your body is incredibly susceptible to inflammation. And then I also have rheumatoid arthritis. And so how this mutation affects rheumatoid arthritis is it goes from attacking your bones to attacking all of your soft tissues. In my case, it attacks all of my vasculars as well as my organs. And so this is why my body was in rough shape. The stress was causing flare after flare after flare. I had finally, my moderators had urged me to leave her. I had started attending therapy at the time, and I would take my texts and all of her social medias to the therapist, and they would be like, yeah, that is not healthy, hun. You can't be doing that. That's not realistic. This is gaslighting and projection. And so things with the police would eventually reach a standstill, thank God. I had gotten to the point where the police had called me back over a suicide attempt she had, and they were like, dude, we can't manage your relationship anymore. They were mad with it, and I understand why they were mad with it. I officially had started to throw in the towel. So it wasn't really getting any better. I realized it was time for me to leave. My family was pissed with things because of the abuse. My mom had experienced abuse in a very similar fashion from her old love interest before she had gotten married to my dad like 27 years ago. So she was able to recognize this, and she was getting angry with Annie and saying, hey, this is not okay. My friends were very angry with this as well. You know, they were like, Rain, we don't like to see you suffer. She's lying all the time, dude. You know, you gotta do something. So September had rolled around, and I had started going public, essentially, with my abuse. I wasn't really doing well. My mental health was in the gutter. I had started suffering from psychosis from all the abuse, as well as I had become abusive myself, and so we were literally just kind of trading blows at that point. My therapist had flat out told me, you're going to need to go no contact at some point, because if you don't, they will smear you. And I said, nah, man, she's not going to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and break it off. October had rolled around. I had stopped casting at this point. I had so much documentation in my fucking whispers that it was insane. My friends were incredibly worried about me. They had started screenshotting her Twitter over all the crazy shit she was doing, and they were archiving it and just going, hey, you know, if anything happens, we have this. And so I was prepping to just remove her on everything at that point. I had started writing a paper about my experience with it, and I had plans to publish it, because it's how I was coping at the time. My therapist is like, just write about the entire experience. And everything was blended together so damn badly that I had gaps in my memory. My therapist was concerned about how I was becoming reactively abusive. I was too, because it's out of character for me. Like, I can be an asshole, but for me to become abusive is very, very strange, because I'm a very soft girl, essentially. So everything continued rolling downhill from August to September, then October. And so I had come out and I had openly admitted I hadn't released the paper yet. I was holding on to it, and I was like going through and rewriting sections of it for better wording and, you know, spelling, grammar, all that shit, because I like to write well. she had gone on a 3-month tirade on Twitter talking about suicide and how she was sick of everybody and sick of everything, and she had eventually started to have a breakdown. October had rolled around, and I said, hey, Halloween had rolled around more specifically, and I said, hey, if you want to hang out, that's fine. She never showed up. Eventually, I wound up in the hospital. I had so much inflammation in my body that I had blocked a bile duct, and I had gone in with jaundice, and I didn't know what the hell was causing it. My parents had taken me in. I was already highly stressed. I was experiencing flare after flare, and so I tried to get hold of her, and I couldn't. I was waiting out in one of the waiting areas. And so I had popped on Twitch for a bit to kind of watch it to pass the time, because the average ER trip in my area is like fucking 7 hours long, and I still had a lot of phone battery, and I was just popping in and out of casts, and I saw that she was in the cast of a streamer named Tech Skills, who was a guy that enabled her up until her dying breath. And so I went ahead and I popped into the cast and I said, hey hon, I'm in the hospital. They're asking me for my ICE contacts, which is in case of emergency. Would you like to go and be on them, more or less? And I was like, do you want to be there? She had lost her shit, tried to accuse me of being another human being. She was like, you have really big balls coming in here while I'm going and suffering with anxiety and bothering me. Like, she basically flipped around, made it about her. And I'm literally, like, waiting in the waiting room, all fucked up from the neck up. My goddamn eyes were yellow and everything else, and we were just trying to figure out what the hell was going on with me. Staff was slammed at the time. And so I was literally sitting there, and she was just kind of going on this goddamn tirade, and she was trying to accuse me of being somebody else, and all this other shit. And I just kind of sat there. And I was like, I am so damn done with this shit. I shouldn't have to deal with a child. And so I was waiting for a while for her to suggest the idea that we, break up. I'd been waiting for a long while. I was pretty disengaged from her for the most part. Like, I was so drained by everything that I had literally gone and checked out. I had this huge amount of apathy that had been kind of growing inside me for a while. So she was like, I think that we should just see other people and go our separate ways. And I said, you know what, that's fine. I can't do this. I had so much apathy pumping through me. There was just no tears. It was just like, that's fine, get the fuck out of here. Well, I didn't say that, but I was thinking it pretty loud. So I had surgery. They had to cut open the tube because it was blocked up from inflammation, and that was causing fluid to gather and solidify, so they had to cut it open, clean it out, and a couple days later they had discharged me from the surgical center to go home. So when I had arrived home, she was already on Twitter talking shit about me. The smear had already started. She was calling me a piece of shit. She was also calling me a guy. I am trans femme, and one of her favorite pastimes was literally to go and call me a guy if she was mad at me. If I called her a guy, it was like this huge atrocity, but if she was angry at me and wanted to punish me for whatever fucking reason, she would go and call me a guy. And everybody around me knew how bad this shit sucked. Like, they knew how much I hated that. And so I just kind of sat there, and she was going and talking shit about me on Twitter, and I didn't say anything initially. I was like, you know what, that's fine, let her be angry. People that I keep close to me, I don't have to really worry about this with. I'm not worried about random people on the internet and what they think of me. It's not like I have a giant reputation to defend. And so I went no contact. It started, the last message I sent her was via the cell phone that she had at the time. And I had blatantly stated, hon, I think you need to take a step back. Things are really nuts. If you can get your mental health in order, because at that point I was constantly saying, hey hon, let's work on your mental health, let's get you checked into services. FYI, the mental health industry in Canada, fucking awful. 9-month wait minimum just to go see a goddamn therapist. It's fucking the worst. So I went ahead and I wasn't really overly concerned with the smear. I was like, it'll fizzle out, right? And so what wound up happening is the holidays came and went. November was great. I spent it with my family. We had Thanksgiving and stuff. I went over, spent time with my friends. They were incredibly happy that I was out of the relationship. Like, they were upset to see me sad and they didn't want to see me alone, but they were bad that I was out, or they were bad. They were glad that I was out of an abusive situation. So I said, okay. You know, I high-fived them, and we spent Thanksgiving together. The holidays rolled around. I had a very quiet holiday with my family. They understood that I was still recovering from, like, a lot of stuff, and I had started addressing my own mental health with my therapist because psychosis was spiraling out of control so hard with me that I had started to become like her in many ways. I was like, yeah, let's just go ahead and hallucinate a bunch of shit that didn't happen. And looking back on some of our messages, it's very clear that I was like out of my mind. And I'm able to do that all these years later because I've had like a lot of CBT and DBT, and like my therapist has done a very good job with me. Like, we're still on the journey. I'm still working through a ton of stuff, but we work very, very well together. She's very good with me. And so looking back on it now, it's very clear that I was like losing my goddamn mind, like all over the place. Like, I had started to hallucinate heavily, and I had picked up her lying habit and like all this other shit, and I wasn't really particularly proud of it, but I was like, okay, I need to own this, and I need to go and work on myself. I found out later that I also have BPD from sexual assault, except I don't have the standardized BPD. I have what's called quiet BPD, where I have a tendency to implode and kill myself and deal with really harsh emotions instead of explode and damage everything around me. So the rest of the year more or less came and went. January was great. Around February and March, shit had started to light up. She was getting caught in a bunch of things. So she was starting to go and incorporate elements of my life and treat them as her own. So I'm a pretty big nerd. I do a lot of sound engineering, and I have a really I have a high love for it. Like, I love sound and I love cinema. I love gaming, but I love sound and cinema more. So she was going into various chats, losing her mind. And she was going and claiming that she knew people like Kurt Cobain and like Matthew Heafy, and she met Deep Purple in the 90s, but they were already broken up. And so this would go and cross over from cast to cast. People at the time were aware that something was wrong. I had many of my friends who would moderate in these casts. They would screenshot this shit and they'd be like, "Rain, are you okay?" And a lot of these people, I hadn't seen them in so long that they weren't really up to snuff on like me breaking it off with her and then just kind of going and taking time for me. So I would have to explain, yeah, we broke up last year. I am going completely no contact, straight up gray rock. Whatever happens, happens. And so she continued to lose her mind until it had reached a climax where she was going, and she had popped into a streamer named IRNZO. And she was like, everybody loves Zoe. Zoe's actually really good people, has her own set of mental health issues and problems and stuff, but she's actually really decent. She went in there, made a bunch of bold claims. All of that is covered in the second vid. And one of them was that she had to moderate for Elohim, and that she had to step down because of the stress. Elohim did not like this. The video that was made about it was rather insane. He had later posted to Twitter an email that one of the moderators for that stream had sent to him, asking if, she's a rogue mod, because this guy was also modding for other people, and she was dotting from cast to cast, essentially sitting there saying, hey, I'm going to be an abusive cunt, more or less, and also I mod for all these people. She also claimed to know, like, Lucky Misfit and stuff, who I believe is his community manager. I'm not sure if they are or not. Like, Lucky's never seemed like much of a bitch, she always treats people really well and stuff. So he had called her out for this, and the second smear had started. She was losing her goddamn mind on Twitter. And so she's like, I just got home from work and I'm doing this and doing that and like all this other stuff. And so at this time I had, well, a little bit before, I had released my my first attempt at writing a paper about the abuse that I had to go through. It was basically how I was getting closure. It was like my little gift to myself. And so at this point, I had her blocked on almost everything. Like, I blocked her on Battle.net, blocked her on Xbox. I had removed her as my editor on Twitch and as my mod. And I had blocked her on Twitch as well. You know, I was just kind of going through and just kind of setting myself up for recovery, but I had forgotten to block her on Twitter because I just don't really... At the time, I wasn't really thinking about Twitter too much. The breakup was still relatively fresh. I was trying to go and put myself together. So she had started making bold claims with Elohim and stuff. The man was trying to reach out to her in DMs via Discord. And she had blocked him. And he had come forth and he had said, hey, I tried reaching out before going public with this. She blocked me. At this point, she had started lying rather heavily, and she was like, well, first she was like, I never said any of this. And then people were like, yeah, you did. We have screenshots. And then when they brought up screenshots, the lie had changed to, oh, well, Rame had broken into my account and said all these super silly, stupid things, and, you know, that's not me. People were able to trace the IP address that was latched on to the messages back to her house. There are tools for that. So she later said that everybody's hurting me, and it was just kind of weird. When that didn't work, she had started trying to blackmail and threaten me. This had caught the eye of a bunch of my friends, and they were like, hey dude, you need to look at this. This is what shit's looking like. So the Elohim's entire community at that point had started to call her out on the lies and everything else. They had started to call her out on the abuse, because at the time I had written a small thing of text. It was like 3 pages long, explaining everything that I had to deal with, and, you know, that's how I was getting closure. So she was sitting there saying that I was a piece of shit, and that I was a stupid motherfucker, and that she was better than me, and like all this other shit. And it really wasn't looking too good for her, you know. She was literally sitting there struggling, and everybody, like every time she lied, the community banded together and proved her wrong. She tried to say that I had broken into her account because I had knowledge of doing so. The year prior, we had gotten 2-factor authentication set up for her on Twitch because she was worried about somebody breaking into her account and screwing with all the streams that she had moderated for. So I had set it up. You know, like, I sat down one night and I said, okay, we're going to go ahead and get you set up with 2-factor auth. And so basically, it sends a code to her phone every time she goes to log in. So I tried to stay hands-off with it. And eventually I had to break my silence because she was like dragging me out into the public. She was like, I have evidence that this person is abusing me and everything else. And so I had finally decided to go public with it. I had blocked her entirely at this point, and I said, hey, listen, this relationship was bad. This is what I went through. I've never broken into anything of hers. She has a problem with lying. She has a problem with reality. It's not my problem anymore. I more or less just kind of washed my hands of this entire relationship. I've been no contact since last year. And so the crowd kind of railed against her a little bit. They found out that she was abusing a lot of casters. A lot of streamers were coming forward and they were like, hey, we're sorry that this person lied about you. This is also in all of our streams. She also treats people like shit in all of our streams. And it was, by the time everything was said and done, the last count that I checked, it was in the 70s. It was like either in like the late 60s, early 70s, I want to say, that people were just kind of coming forward and saying, hey, you know, this is definitely a thing. We've also witnessed this. So she had gone on a temper tantrum, tried to blackmail me. That didn't work. I didn't reply to it. Then she tried to threaten everybody. Then she was like, you know, I live a hard life, and it's because of this piece of shit that I was dating and everything else. And while people understood that I was having mental health issues, a lot of them agreed that I was like a good human being. I was unconventional. I was very quirky, but they all agreed that I was a good human being. So I had sat there, I made my statement, and I just proceeded to stop paying attention to it past a certain point. She had friends that were like, you know, oh, we believe you, and they would like go and they would kiss up, you know, to this woman and stuff, and it was very, very strange. All of her friends were on board. The sleazier element that she was going and hanging out with was like, we believe you, it's okay, we know they're a piece of shit. And then when I had officially stopped paying attention to everything, I sat down and I said, okay, you know what, this is ridiculous. She was going and trying to gaslight everybody. And so what I had done is, when the abuse had started, when I was attending therapy, I would screenshot certain things because she had a tendency to go and delete her tweets and her messages. I would screenshot certain things to take to my therapist, and we would deconstruct it, analyze it, and then try to navigate around it, more or less. And so she would go and call me a sleazy piece of shit and all this other crap, and then she would constantly refer to me as a guy as well. Even though at this point I'd already started medically transitioning and stuff, and had started HRT and everything else. So I sat down and I had started writing a paper. In the second video, a lot of people ask, why are all these papers why are all these folders named Paper A, Paper B, Paper C? I had sat down past a certain point because people had started questioning me. And I said, tell you what, we're going to go ahead and clear this up. You're not going to like it, but it is going to happen. I sat down, I wrote a 150-page document, 20 of those pages just being links to screenshots, and it had gone in detail about the entire relationship, just various things that happened, how her friends would behave, just everything. And it went into my mental health as well, and all the fucked up shit that I was doing because I had to go and experience this. And so I took 3 weeks to go and write about 150 pages. I literally just went and I belted it out. I had an old laptop at the time, and I was like, right, we're gonna do this. And I just went and just hammered it and hammered it and hammered it. And eventually the document was done. I set up a Google Drive. I loaded all of these into folders and stuff. That way, while they're reading the document, they could just click the link and see what the hell was going on. All of the other communities at this point that she had burned had started doing the same thing. They had started throwing together resources to say, hey, this is what this person does, this is how abusive and toxic she is, you cannot trust her with anything. And so this was pretty much what everybody was doing at the time. She had continued doing the smear, and it wasn't really getting any better. My friends would report in on it with screenshots occasionally. I kind of stopped logging into Twitter past a certain point. And so people were kind of going into screenshot heaven a little bit, because they were like, yeah, look at how bad this shit is. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. I had finished composing the document. I had done 9 drafts of it, various spelling errors. I was abused so heavily at the time that my memory had gone straight to hell, and I was misremembering some things. And so I would go back and I would be like, is that how it really was? And so with the paper that I had written about it, I had focused more on, I had focused more on backing things up with screenshots, because I wanted to go and just do it right, essentially. I didn't care if I looked good or looked bad. A lot of people were like, talking about your mental health and, how you were breaking down and becoming abusive is not good. It's not a good look for you. And I said, I don't care. I'd rather be honest with it. So I had finished writing the paper. I had the links plugged in, and I had posted it publicly. And she was still going and raging really hard at this time. I was starting to get phone calls all the time during the day. I'd pick it up, and the line would just go dead. And then I was also, if I was in a stream of a friend of mine, I was also having people coming in and fucking going and harassing me and threatening me and telling me they were going to find me and kill me. And I knew that it most likely wasn't going to happen, but it was still like worth looking at because it was happening in such a large volume. Eventually, the private eye had kind of finished up everything. I had him on tap for over a year, and I asked for a folder of everything. He went ahead and he agreed to it. We had gathered up the screenshots, and I had taken it to the police, more or less. My local police are actually really, really nice. They do really good work. I don't have standard cops, I have sheriffs. And so I find that they behave better than inner city cops. Like, I don't have to worry about randomly getting shot because they behave in a more human fashion because we vote these fuckers into their positions. So they're not likely to do anything stupid anytime soon. They're not hired, they're voted for. So I had gone to the police, and the police at the time were like, hey, this isn't healthy. They had already been at my house a couple of times because she was making claims that I had sexually assaulted her. Whenever the RCMP would go to her doorstep, the RCMP would call the SVPD. Then the SVPD would go to my house and ask, what the hell's happening? And I would have to explain this to him. So eventually I went to the SVPD. I had a thick-ass folder and a thumb drive just full of a ton of shit, and they said, yeah, you're going to need a peace injunction. A digital one, because this isn't going to get any better. If you value your reputation, you will do it. And I said, okay. So I went ahead, and the stalking was still going on full tilt, and it wasn't really getting any better. So I just kind of said to myself, you know, this is very, very rough. I don't really know how well I'm going to be able to go and manage this. I had seen a judge about it, and I explained my entire situation. I said, okay, all right, you know, this is how this is. And so the judge was like, okay, well, we need you to have at least 3 pieces of proof saying, hey, you're being abused. I had proof in the 400s. For some things, and then as far as screenshots, I had well over 300. I had texts, I had text logs, I had screenshots. I literally just had everything. I had the entire kitchen and the kitchen sink. So the judge was like, right, we're going to go ahead and grant that. I got a reduced rate on it because it was being done with cause. Like, normally a peace injunction where I'm at is, well, a digital peace injunction is about $180. I got mine for $20. And so they were like, okay, we're going to go ahead and enforce this. As soon as I had gotten the peace injunction, everything had stopped. And so life more or less went on at this point. The harassment had stopped, the phone calls had stopped. The life just went back to normal, more or less. I continued going forth with therapy and stuff. Like, I had literally kind of sat down and I was like, I need to work on myself. I'm damaged at this point. I now manage my BPD very well. I still suffer with psychosis and stuff. My therapist assures me that we are going to be going and working on it a fair bit. I'm better than what I was, but I still have more downtime than uptime. I'm better than what I was all those years ago, but I still struggle with it. So it was really just kind of a hell of a thing. Everything kind of came and went, and as time had gone on, I had tried to reconcile with a couple of her friends. It wasn't really happening because they weren't really honest human beings. You know, I thought that after I'd gone and proved everything, that everything would kind of smoothen over and that I would be able to rebuild with these people. I had tried to reconcile with Zero Gravity a couple of times, but the excuse that I was getting, instead of just a standard, I'm sorry, it was, oh, I didn't know, or she wasn't like this, or like there was just never really a solid apology. There was never apologies either for going and trying to reach out to him while I was going through hell and being beaten through the floor, and then him just choosing to go and keep playing Destiny, more or less. I had reached out to him a couple of times because I was just going through hell, and he just decided that the game was more important. And it was like, a couple of days, like the abuse at that point was like so damn bad that it was a couple of days before I had to be committed to a ward because everything was just shutting down and I was just losing it. So I had tried to reconcile with him a couple of times. It just never really happened. I just wasn't able to trust him after that. With him going and watching all of the abuse, and his big thing being, well, I don't want to be involved, like it just really wasn't jiving well with me because my IRL friends had gotten involved. You know, these were people that quite literally were like, hey, what's going on with you is not great, we need to do something. But with him, he was more interested in covering his own ass, and so I didn't really appreciate that. You know, like I didn't like people telling me, hey, I'll be there for you, and then proceeding to not be there for me. So I eventually wound up letting him go because I was so pissed with him that I couldn't reconcile it. You know, because with me, when people are going through shit, I get involved, I step in, you know, I'm like, hey, we're putting an end to this. But with him, it was like, oh, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, it was excuse after excuse after excuse, and him constantly trying to cover his own ass, and it didn't work. With Zindane 91, he just kind of faded into the void. He lost all of his friends and stuff, and he just literally lives like a really sad life now. Like, he has nothing. She wound up losing all of her mod positions, and then she also lost Sidecar Angel as a friend due to the abuse and the lies. She had lost the gentleman that she was dating at the time named Ben. She basically lost everybody because of this shit. And so I had also tried, after letting Zindane go, I had also tried to reconcile with Ghost Dog 2 about it, because I always felt like, you know, he was a pretty cool dude. I tried to reconcile with it. He was like, well, it happens, and he had a very large amount of apathy behind it. And so I just didn't really care for it too much, because he would enable a lot of her behavior, you know, by not calling her out about her lies and stuff. So eventually I said to myself, I can't trust this dude, and I just kind of moved on. Regarding Zilla, he was one of her ride or dies up until, well, forever. He knows that she lies, and he constantly stands up for her. It's very obnoxious. I had called him out on Twitter because he would act friendly to my face, but he would call me a douche if he thought that I wasn't looking, per se. And so I was like, you know, this is pretty typical for people like this, and so I wound up smacking him with a huge-ass paper, just kind of saying, hey dude, you need to get your shit together. But I don't really think I could ever expect anything out of somebody that brags about being a drug addict or an alcoholic, you know, like it just didn't really seem like a terribly intelligent thing. So everything more or less just kind of continued falling apart. The fallout was actually really awful. I had reached a point where anybody that I had knew that was also affiliated with her, I literally had busted out the saw and I had cut that entire tree branch off, because I realized at this point that I couldn't really trust him with anything, like at all, you know. And she had other friends as well, and they'd be like, well, you abused her, and it's like, I was dealing with narcissistic abuse at that point, you know, and I was just like really struggling through it. And so they would get a heavily distorted version of things, and they would also make like other oddball claims like, you're harassing her on Facebook and like all these other apps. But the thing is that I don't have an account on any service that is owned by Meta. No Instagram, no Facebook, no WhatsApp, none of this shit, you know. And it was just kind of like a hell of a thing, you know. So I had eventually gotten to the point where I was like, these people are so fucking brainwashed that I don't even think I can fix this. I had pretty much cut the entire fucking branch off the tree, and I was like, I can't save this, and I kind of moved on. She fell off the map after that. She had ran. She was like, oh, I can't lie to these people, they know better. And so she just kind of fell off the map, and, you know, now she crops up from time to time and stuff. Every time they bust her in a lie, she crops up, and, you know, it just doesn't really look too well for her. But the only people that really trust her these days are people that are new to casting and all this other stuff. So that's pretty much what my last relationship looked like for Abuse Awareness Week. You know, it was a lot to talk about. I'm missing a hell of a lot of detail out of it. Part of it is me not being able to remember it because my brain went through this lovely little repression phase trying to preserve itself, and then another good chunk of it, and why it's missing is because I literally lost a good chunk of it when I had my hard drive go up in smoke. And then I'm also presented with additional challenges, like I wouldn't be able to release text messages because those are considered private, and the peace injunction does not authorize me to do that, more or less. You know, like I have stipulations that I have to go and abide by. So that was pretty much everything from start to finish. You know, like I am missing chunks out of it, and some of it's private, some of it's memory loss, some of it's fucking hard drive failure. Like, it's just a goddamn mess, you know. But I wanted to go and say, hey, if you're being abused, reach out to the best of your ability. Reach out to people that you know actually matter, please. If you're going and starting to become abusive, like I did, check yourself in to go and get some mental health services if you can. Or at least look for resources. A lot of states actually have resources for this. You know, like it's actually finally starting to happen. You don't really have to suffer through it. So this is, it's been a hell of a journey. I'm kind of glad that I took it. I'm kind of embarrassed I took it. On one end, I'm embarrassed because, you know, I don't really like openly admitting that I've been abused. But on the other end, I'm kind of like, you know, I'm glad that I took the journey because now it's like I have that experience. And yes, while I do have a lot of damage from it, I can literally look and say, hey, you know, this is just how this was, you know? I can identify things now. And yes, while the lesson, sorry, that speech impediment, is incredibly harsh, I feel that it was one that needed to be happening in my life at that time because I was a lot younger. I was way more naive. I was still in my 20s at the time, and she was in her 30s. You know, so it was one of those things. So the other video is there's going to be a brief dark screen, and then the other video is going to go and start for the version of this that is shackled together. So for those that actually came out and stuff, I do greatly appreciate it. I know that this isn't my standard content. Normally you guys are used to long plays and photo comps and clips and like all the stuff that you would normally expect out of me, but I wanted to do something that was a little bit more personal. Enough people had been asking about it. I finally wanted to get around to doing something for Abuse Awareness Week. Like, I really kind of wanted to sit down and say, okay, now's the time to talk about it. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to give you guys all of it. It's just so much. There was just so much crap that happened in that 3-year, well, shit, after everything was said and done, almost 4-year stint of abuse. And so I'm pretty much going to call it here. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate your time and your energy. Thank you for hearing me. And as always, be good to yourselves and each other. Hey Los, what's going on tonight? This video is going to be a part of a series of videos that I am going to be making. Eventually I decided to do these videos in backwards and start with the evidence first, and then the audio essay is going to follow it. It's going to be 2 videos that are going to be companions of each other. So this video is going to focus around in the remembrance of those that have survived abuse and those that have died from abuse. It's Abuse Awareness Week. And so what I've actually decided to do is talk about my abuse, because a lot of people have picked up on it throughout all the other videos that I've gone and worked on and stuff. I've mentioned it briefly, and a lot of people wanted to know more about it, more or less, but that's going to be covered in the first video as far as the entire history goes. So for this video in general, it's going to be going over all of the screenshots and evidence that I had collected from when I was being abused, and to sit there and like talk about the mannerisms and everything else, and as far as going and exhibiting the kind of behavior that she would go and display on a pretty regular basis. So we're going to be filming a very large screen today, a huge ass 70-inch TV that I use as my monitor. And the mouse pointer is going to be used from time to time to go and point out comments, and then we're going to go and talk about those comments, why they're bad, how it revolves around abuse and various other mannerisms. This is going to be talking about mental illness a fair bit, abuse a fair bit, aggression a fair bit, so if any of those are triggers for you, then this video is not for you. I'm not really making these two videos for other people at this point. I'm more along the lines of making them for myself because it's been overdue for quite some time and people have asked me about it, so I'm going to be taking time to go through everything to show people what exactly I was dealing with, more or less. So we're going to go ahead and get down to it. This folder literally is a bunch of screenshots that I and others have collected during our entire time going across Twitch and having to witness various things that my ex had done. And so you're gonna find that as I open it, it's quite extensive. We're gonna be going through the entire line. All of these folders all have various screenshots. This folder down here at the bottom is just papers that I wrote, you know, back when she was trying to host a smear campaign against me and stuff. Those papers aren't going to be looked at because they're publicly available, and they're most likely going to be covered in the first video. This is literally the archive that I had made from my experience. All the other users that were abused by her across Twitch have made their own archives, and then there's also a large public archive that all of her data is stored in and stuff. So we're going to go ahead and get down to it. So this was a streamer called Queen Homicida, and my ex used to go and moderate for her quite often. And so she eventually, like when she would get around certain streamers, she would kind of develop this attitude. So this guy that she's going and yelling at is a random viewer that walked in, and he had done a sarcastic comment trying to go and call Queen an e-girl. It was meant as a joke and stuff, and Annie had taken it seriously. So she had a tendency to go and have this attitude, as you can see here. Whenever she comes into positions of power, she has a tendency to go and behave very obnoxiously. And so it was common to see comments like this. And then she would kind of take pride in treating others like garbage, and so you would typically see it with comments like this and stuff. The funny thing is about this particular comment here is she didn't really have much self-esteem. Like her self-esteem was actually borderline dead. And so whenever she would come into a position of power, she would behave like this. You know, in real life she wouldn't behave like this, but on the internet, you know, this is what she would project quite often. And so she doubles down with this comment right here, and she still doesn't understand that the guy had popped in, made a sarcastic comment, and it was meant to be a joke. Essentially, it wasn't meant to be taken seriously whatsoever. And so everybody else in the chat got the joke. The streamer herself got the joke as well, but Annie had a tendency to go and fly off the rails, and so you can literally see him a little bit further down just going and kind of messing with her a little bit, but she was so far detached from anything that we would call real that she's like going and taking it seriously, and then going and making an ass out of herself. You know, like she literally could not go and understand the joke, essentially, understand the comedy behind it. So this was from another streamer that unfortunately is no longer on Twitch due to a lot of what would happen in her stream with Annie. She lost a lot of her credibility and stuff. So the streamer's name at the time was IRNZO. She went by a bunch of other names as well. This was one of many. And so Alexis would have this tendency to go and try to cuddle up to people, and she would sit there and say, hey, I'll never leave you, I'll always be here and stuff. Like, she would just try to sell this idea of, I'm not going anywhere. The reality of the situation is she would only stick around if you kind of kept feeding her attention. Like, if you kind of just said, hey, I don't want to be that close to you, she would go have a fit, a little mini meltdown of sorts, and then she would have a tendency to leave. So scrolling through, she would constantly hawk the idea of, so Zoe wanted to go, and at one point she wanted to get into music. And so Annie would have a tendency to tell her, you know, hey, I can help you get big, we can go, we can do this, we can do that, you know, I can help you do this, do that. She would have a tendency to tell the lie of, I've been in many bands, I've been in a large amount of large bands, you know, and it was just really strange because a lot of this could have been fact-checked very easily. So the entire time that we were going and we were together and stuff, she never knew what band that she was playing for. I would ask her about it and stuff because I go and I play music. And I can tell you how many shows I've done, the bands I've rolled with, you know, pretty much everything. So she would constantly hawk this idea of her being in the music industry for like a really long time, and at the time that we had broken up and she was having this meltdown in this poor woman's stream, she was going and trying to float the idea that she had been a musician for well over 20 years, and it just never checked out. Like, I had investigated it at some point, you know, a lot of the timelines wouldn't really add up. She would say that she was going and playing with certain bands, and the thing is she would be a teenager, you know, at the time when these bands were rolling around. So with this particular block of text, she would constantly bitch about how record executives were throwing her out and stuff. So she claims that she's worked for like a decade and everything else, and then she doubles down. She's like, we worked hard for nothing. But the thing is she's never been in any sort of band that's like traveled around or anything. You know, she's just kind of drifted from job to job, and you know, she's a licensed electrician and stuff, but she's never actually gone on tour or anything like that. With this comment, she claims that she writes music all the time. The 3 years that we were together, she never wrote anything. I continued writing music and stuff, and I was pretty comfortable with it. I would write sheet music as well to go and play music with, and it was pretty consistent with me, but the entire time we were together, she never wrote any sort of music whatsoever. She never wrote any lyrics. She would constantly plagiarize herself as like a hardcore vocalist, and it was just very, very strange. So she doubles down on the lie yet again and says that she still does. And again, you know, I reiterate, I don't remember a time where she actually did any of it. She never brought it up, never mentioned it. Even when I was still writing stuff, she would never, as far as I'm aware, have any music to go and present to me. Like, even if I asked for it, I was like, what you writing? And she'd be like, oh, I'm writing nothing. She spent most of her days going and hanging out on Xbox and stuff, hanging out with her friends. She would hang out with me in the evening time. And so that's what she would literally do all day. She wasn't employed at the time. She was going and living off of medical assistance for a bit because she was recovering from a pretty heavy-handed illness. And then from there, she had tried to sell her house and barely got anything from it, so she didn't really have any income coming in. And so, you know, she wasn't really musically involved with much of anything. She was just kind of hanging out at home while everything was kind of falling apart. So most of the chat at this point is kind of taking a look at everything that's going on. This poor man right here was reading all of the text from this chat, and he was like, what's going on in here? And then she would go and later on have a little bit of a temper fit and say that she would challenge any of their songs. But again, she's not so much a songwriter. Like, she knows how to play guitar a little bit, but she doesn't actually know how to go and write music per se. She doesn't know how to shackle it together and stuff, which was really, really odd. So the rest of the people in chat at the time were realizing that she was having a breakdown. Around this point, I was not in this cast. I had watched a VOD of it later, after all the shit had hit the fan. I had a friend here who actually moderated, and he had messaged me asking what the hell was going on with her. And at that point, I had gone no contact at the ass end of October of the previous year because the relationship was just bad. Her mental health issues were kind of out of control. And the abuse was getting insane, both emotional and mental. So this guy right here recognizes that she's having a breakdown and stuff. He kind of laughs at it a little bit. I mean, I think it's fucked up, but, you know, when you're dealing with something like that, most people don't really know how to respond to it. So she is continuing on with the lie about how she's been involved in the music industry for like a really long time and stuff. Again, she has no history of it. And you can tell because a lot of this information that she's going and passing down is inaccurate. So she says that she's been on the road for years. She's never, as far as I'm aware, been on the road at all. Like the entire time that we were together, I asked her if she's ever toured. She would constantly tell me no. So she's never been on the road at all. As far as I'm aware, the only musical work that she's done is she does cleanup and setup for stagehanding, essentially. Like when bands would come into the city that she was living in, they would basically go and hire her to go and do day work to help with setup and tear down and everything else. And so going down, she again continues the lie. But I don't even really think that this is a lie at this point, in all honesty. Like, we all know that it's a shark-infested industry. She's just kind of passing on common knowledge at this point. So the interesting thing about this comment, she's claiming to know that she knew most of the managers that were starting to bleed people in the early 90s. So in the early 90s, she would have been a child. She would have been coming up on her teenage years pretty quickly, but she would have been a child. She's not that much older than me. And in the 90s, you know, I was coming up on my teens as well. She only had a couple of years on me, you know, so there was really no way for her to actually know any of these people in the 90s. And then the lie also doesn't check out because managers were doing this way before the 90s. Like, anybody with any sort of musical knowledge as far as the culture goes knows that this is not a distinct 1990s thing. It was going on long before I was born, and it will be going on long after I am dead. That is just how that is. So, whoops. So, with this next comment about Kurt Cobain and stuff, it's really weird. Kurt Cobain had advanced depression, and then he also had drug issues on top of it, so she makes the claim that he died because they bled him dry, you know, and that's why he killed himself, or at least that's what she's insinuating. But the truth of the matter is we don't actually know why he died. You know, we can assume and stuff and everything else, but, you know, the only person that knows why Kurt died was, well, Kurt himself, and he's dead. He's never going to be able to tell us and stuff. So at the bottom there, I'm not really sure what she's talking about and stuff. You know, it just kind of seems like a junk comment a little bit. And, you know, moving on. She always had kind of like this insane level of entitlement. She would have this attitude of, you need to listen to me, I have experience, I know what I'm talking about, you need to listen to me, you need to listen to me. She didn't really have a lot of experience about stuff. She was a very passionate music fan and stuff, but she would constantly hawk things like this, and so she would throw comments like this in people's faces a lot of the time. You know, it's also a lie because she never hung around with Kurt Cobain. You know, like, she never came down to America or anything. She's always lived in Canada. She's never left the Canadian borders, per se, and, you know, so she would have never been able to meet him, and then when he died, she was also a child at the time as well. So the chances of her actually going and meeting him is, well, it's non-existent. So she says that she knew Cobain. That's a lie. It's not hard to go and debunk that, per se. So this next comment, in the early 90s, I was there. We all know that this is a lie. And we know because Kurt's later life is actually heavily documented, strangely enough. You can read about it a fair bit. And so this is always something that she had kind of struggled with. She would always make weird, like, fucking off-the-wall, oddball claims like this. And I, in all honesty, in the relationship, when we were together, I would see crap like this all the time. I would never know what to do with it because if I tried to call her out on it, she would throw a fit. Like, she would literally rage like a child, and it was just so fucking strange. So she continues to lie down the page and claims that she was there when he wanted to record live acoustic. That choice was made in America. She's never been to America. And then she claims that she was in New York and then possibly Jersey, depending on how far you want to take it. And so she claims to be there as well. We all know that she's never left Canada, so it would literally never work. So, going down, and this guy right here, it's very evident that he goes and, well, both these people literally call her out. The first guy is like, you know, are you still in the US? She doesn't answer, obviously. And then with Obey, he kind of mocks her a little bit. He's like, I swear Kurt appeared to me in a dream, and, you know, it was just so fucking strange. And so she doubles down on the delusion, and she says, I remember him throwing everyone out of the room. And the thing is again, she's never been to America. She can't witness stuff like this. When Kurt died, she was quite literally a child. You know, Kurt was a lot older than what she realized, and we're gonna see that as a theme with later screenshots. But she kind of doubles down on this, and then as the breakdown continues, like various spelling errors and everything else, but yeah, she was literally never there for it. And then she just continues, and she's like, I was there. Nirvana never played with Story of the Year. Nirvana was gone by the time Story of the Year actually came around and came to prominence and stuff. So they would have never shared a stage together. And even if they were, the ticket for it would have never worked because they're quite literally different genres. So she goes, and we have this other lie here, and it's very, very easy to debunk. So she was trying to claim that he couldn't get a grip on reality because he did like a ton of acid that night. While Kurt did dabble in acid and stuff, he wasn't on a huge amount of like hallucinogenics. Like, it wasn't his staple drug of choice, per se. So this one is, it was very, very lengthy. So she doubles down on the whole, he took a ton of acid and knocked on the door and said that it was like 10,000 mics or some crap. And I'm assuming she's trying to say micrograms, but I could be wrong. I wasn't there, you know. So we would just kind of continue, and chat would go and have to deal with this over and over and over again. And the story just kind of keeps continuing. And so she was kind of derailed from reality at this point. And then for some reason she seems to think that Jim Morrison was alive in the 90s. Everybody knows that Jim Morrison had died quite a few years before. You know, he never saw the 80s. He sure as hell never saw the 90s. And so She makes the claim here that he was hanging out with Deep Purple. Deep Purple was broken up at the time. They didn't have their revival until much later, and then finally she says, okay, I'm shutting up. Possibly because she's starting to understand that everybody else is taking notice of what the hell it is that she's saying. So she doubles down talking to Zoe, and like Zoe at this point, when I looked at the VOD, Zoe at this point was like, okay Annie, and I could tell that it was like putting stress on her and stuff, so she keeps saying I was there, you know, I've been wrecked with Ozzy, and it's just so weird, you know, like the delusions were getting stronger with every comment. And so she tries to say, you know, I swore I'd never say anything, which I would see with a lot of the talks that we would have when she would present something weird and oddball to me. You know, she would say this line specifically. It was a pattern, essentially, that she had. So Bay blatantly points out that Jim died in 73, you know, and Annie takes offense to it because she doesn't like being called out on her lies. So she was like, oh, you think, oh god, the spelling on that. I'm assuming, oh, you think I'm kidding, lol, you know, and so finally chat starts to rail against her, and she's like, you want to talk, sis, we can talk in private. Whenever somebody calls her out, she has a tendency to run. You know, like she'll run very, very quickly to a private area that she can control. You know, that she can lock down, that she can get somebody by themselves to present the lie to. So, and then Obey starts doing his homework here, and he starts pulling out all of Nirvana's history, including like their first show and everything else. And she says that I can't reveal Jim Morrison's stuff. She has no stuff to reveal. She wasn't born until like the mid-80s, you know, and then Jim, of course, died in the early 70s. They would have never shared the same air together, essentially. So she proceeds to say that Obey is wrong, but whoops. Hold up a second. But she proceeds to say that Obey is wrong, but no worries, and she basically calls him a liar while she like fights to kind of go and defend this delusion and stuff. She would always try to pump herself up a little bit to make herself seem like she's important, and the thing is people can go and debunk lies like this very, very easily. And so she goes, says that he's wrong, goes and you know, calls him a liar more or less. So Obey says he was put in the ground in 73. He goes, does his homework, and she gets even more mad, and she's like, I don't give a fuck what they think. And she starts to rage a little bit. I would see this typically if I called her out on some shit that I knew that it was a lie and say, hon, you know, that didn't happen. I could be greeted with stuff like this very easily. So Obey literally, he's like, hey, you know, Google this crap. Him and Kurt would have never breathed the same air. And you know, this poor guy is like trying to rail in this chat against her, and Zoe didn't really want to deal with it. It was making her nervous and stuff, you know, the entire time I watched the VOD, and, you know, she was just uncomfortable with the whole thing. And Annie starts to rage, and she's like, I'll put them in the ground before they step on us. And, you know, she would always try to pump herself up to be like this great defender, and she never really was. You know, like the entire time we were together, I would have to handle her problems for her because she wasn't really capable. She didn't want to do it, and it scared her and everything else. And it would eventually go and bleed over, essentially. So a lot of the stuff that I would handle or have to handle or deal with, she would try to say that she did, or she would try to emulate my attitude, my mannerisms. I have the I don't give a fuck mannerism, and she would try to emulate that a lot. So she claims that she's good at it. No, not really. But finally she goes full rage, and Obey at this point is literally going, and since Annie's trying to gaslight him with the previous text, he flat out says, hey, someone besides me looked this shit up, so I'm not fucking crazy. And so she finally goes and goes full rage mode. You know, the mask kind of comes off all the way, and she's like, fuck with me. And proceeds to double down on the lie, and, you know, it just kind of devolves into a whole fucking shitter web of crap that really just should not be there. So with this particular block of text, well, this particular archive, the context behind it is that she's claiming that she is a global moderator for Twitch TV. So please keep this in mind as we go through these shots. So Zoe is like, oh, I'll just mod you, Andy, it's fine. And she's like, don't ever mod me, you don't have to. I like not being a mod, but the weird thing is all the streams that she would visit, she would gun really hard to get a sword. Like, all of the prominent streams that she was in at the time, she would literally muscle in and try to get a sword as fast as she could, and she would just devote herself until she got it, and then she would just promptly fuck off to another stream. So, she's claiming that she worked for 4 years as a global mod. The reason that this didn't work is, at this time, global modhood only existed for like a year and a half, so there would be no way for her to do this for 4 years. And then it gets worse because she goes and states that because global mod is a whole different ballgame, because you have to get on Twitch and automatically have to work. So the problem with this is that global modhood is actually on a volunteer basis. You don't get paid to do it. They don't force you to do it. They just literally go ahead and do this to people, well, for people that go and they're around the platform a lot. And like Global Modhood is literally ran by a bunch of volunteers and stuff. And it was to alleviate pressure of not being able to have a ton of staff on site all the time. This is basically the solution that they had shortly after the Amazon buyout. So this is a blanket line. If you go on Twitch, there's a couple of tools that you can actually use, a bunch of plugins actually that you can get from Chrome and Brave and everything else. And so it'll tell you how long a person's been on the platform, all the names that they've had. You can look at a person's chat history. If the chat's public, you can't do it with whispers. You also have other things like twitchtools.3vi, which is literally, it shows you all the swords they have. There are tools out there to actually go and look at stuff like this. So she says, I'm used to chats at 2K. The highest amount of people that she's ever had to moderate is literally a little bit over 360, and that was for Sidecar Angel, who was a caster that she used to moderate for that actually had a pretty good amount of size to her. So she says, I literally work for way too many people on Twitch. I need a place to relax. I don't really know what work she was talking about at the time, because most of the time we were literally hanging out on Xbox in parties, and just gaming together. And so I don't really see how she can sit here and make this statement, because you can't mod and game heavily at the same time. You can't go and do a raid with your girlfriend at the time and then claim to be modding. It just wouldn't really work. So she goes and she just kind of doubles down on it. I'm not kidding, I'm not even joking. And so this is what nailed her to the floor, more or less. She claimed that she had stepped down from moderating for Elohim because he had 4,500 viewers. Elohim wound up nailing her to the floor on Twitter, saying, hey, I have no idea who the fuck you are, more or less. Stop besmirching me. You've never modded for me. You're not a global mod. I've never seen you before. The list goes on, and that's going to be covered more in depth in the first video. So, scrolling down, you can see this little block of text here. LOL, my friend Lucky Misfit still community manages, and then yeah, you have the rest of it there. Lucky was never her friend. Lucky had no idea who the hell she was. Like, they kind of knew each other in passing. Like, you see a person, you wave, you say hi, all that stuff. And so, Lucky had to come out and say, hey, whatever damage this woman's done, I'm sorry. Like, Lucky didn't have to apologize for it, but she chose to. And it just wasn't really that great, and so she says, oh, I need a break, but again, she wasn't really moderating that much. She sure as hell never moderated for any of these people. So, this gentleman here flat out asks her, do I know you as well? Because at this time, she had gone through a bunch of names, her last one being Annihilator 9. And she would go into other streams and do stuff like this as well. So this person kind of recognizes her pattern of typing and everything else. And the guy kind of laughs. He's like, LOL. And he recognizes this fact, like, oh crap, you know, somebody recognizes me. And she's like, sorry, I'll shut up. Have a good stream. And so she later replies to him and says, if you've been around Twitch, you do. But she only was hardcore modding for about 5 people at the time. 3 of those people weren't really ever on Twitch that much because of life obligations and various other things. So she tries to... This guy right here, his name is GhostDog2, and he was one of her closer friends. I used to be friends with him as well. When I had broken everything off and realized what kind of people she was hanging out with, I did a complete purge of all of our mutuals that I had met through her. So he tries to go and shackle her into it. And she's like, ask Ghosty, I used to be a global mod. Well, Ghosty knows better. You know, he's not really willing to go and answer that because it's incriminating and it makes him look bad, more or less. So he doesn't say anything. She later states, oh, I walked away for a reason. She can't walk away from something she never did. So shit starts to get weirder, and she's like, oh, I don't need a sword to throw someone out of your chat or buy somebody from, ban somebody from buying internet. So she has no capability for any of this. She doesn't, to throw somebody out of somebody's chat, she would need to orchestrate a DDoS attack. She doesn't know how to do that. She's not computer literate. She doesn't have the capability of banning anybody from buying internet. She doesn't have that kind of authority. Twitch in general doesn't have that kind of authority. You know, it's just, there's not really much of anybody that has that authority, maybe aside from the Canadian government, but, you know, it's just kind of how it is. And so she doubles down, complains that it's people always wanting me to work, I can't do it forever. Again, she was unemployed at the time. Didn't really mod for many and stuff, so it's really weird to see her complain about, you know, having to work and work forever and do all this stuff. And she's sitting there saying the reason why I like it here so much is because people don't know I'm a global mod. Well, you know, if you didn't really want people to know that you're a global mod, it probably would have been better to just not say anything. And so Ghosty here, you know, he's like, hey, you know, I don't want to be a part of this. And Zoe around this comment said, it's gonna be okay, Annie. Like, she realizes Annie's having a breakdown. Annie was like, Hunt, I'm trying. And so this guy's like, what do you want to do? And then she doubles down on the lie and says, it's hard when everyone asks you to drop what the fuck you're doing and investigate Twitch reports. That's not how global modhood works. Again, you know, showing the... She doesn't actually know what the hell it is that she's talking about and everything else. And so the entire time that we were together, she had substance abuse issues with pills and alcohol. And you can see that right here. I'd rather get fucking drunk. And, you know, it wasn't really getting any better, per se. Okay. So this is another lie. And she's trying to say that she's opened for this band above. She's never opened for any band at all. You know, like no band that's relevant. She's never... This kind of ties into the lie of going on the road and touring. You know, she has this giant delusion of being a rock star, essentially, which is really, really weird. And I'm not really sure where it comes from. And so, you know, she goes, she realizes what she's doing. She's like, I'm going to go ahead and shut up now. And it just kind of continued rolling downhill. This was literally over the course of a single day, more or less. And it just wasn't really getting any better. Okay. So this was towards, as far as I'm aware, this was towards the end of the cast, if memory serves. And so she's like, I hide nothing, I don't give a fuck if you screenshot what I say. Very ironic. I don't need a mod sword to kick people out of chat anyways. Again, she doesn't know how to do a DDoS, she doesn't have the any of the equipment needed for it or any of the horsepower. So she realistically wouldn't be able to do this. You know, it's not something that she would be able to do. And so she doubles down and she's like, I don't need to be a mod to end people. Honestly, I'm just agreeable because I choose to. Oh god, I gotta get some new glasses. Holy shit. But this right here is her showing you who she really is. Like, the mask kind of comes off, and I was telling people for a while when I had dumped her, more or less, that I was like, yeah, she's not what everybody thinks she is. And this is kind of, this line right here is kind of a shining example of that. She is a rather soulless human being underneath that has like a lot of anger issues. And once I had started seeing that, I just kind of said to myself, oh, you know, it's time for me to go, more or less. It just wasn't really getting any better. And so you see these people in this chat here, they're subjected to this, and she's kind of showing them who she is, you know, and it's just bad. So let's see. We went through that. Here we go. So after the drunk comment, she goes and she's like, honestly, do you know how hard it is to trace a VPN that bounces off 5 different world locations and then give the real locations to Twitch? Like, she kind of had this other delusion. So I'm nerdy. The entire time that we were together, I am very networking and security centric. You know, and I would go and I would tell her about it because I enjoyed doing it. I enjoyed working on security quite a bit, and so she would try to pass this crap off as things that she has done. Now, I've never traced a VPN that bounces off 5 different world locations and given it to Twitch, but I would frequently help people seal up their networks and address their security woes. And so she doubles down on it, and chat wasn't really buying it per se, and it was just a fucking mess. So she doubles down, as you can see here, and then we have this long comment here, and it's just really weird. Like, she's trying to sit there and say that she helped somebody who was being stalked by some prick stalked their girlfriend and tried to hurt her, but you found his text messages, logs, and send reports to 3 companies to keep, you know, blah 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 off the internet and buy them and prevent them from buying internet. This shit doesn't happen at all. She would always have like this delusion of, oh, look at me, you know, I can go and I can do all this stuff, look at me, I'm a hero. And I typically would see this if her self-esteem was like starting to dip. She would kind of pull this shit out of the woodwork, and it would be like, oh god, you know, why is this like this? And it gets weirder because I dabbled in programming for a bit, and I would talk to her about it in terms of AI development, things like that. And so she would eventually say, I can literally send an AI to search and oh god, that's so small. I can literally send an AI in search and destroy mode to fuck you in the ass. And, you know, again, it's a very large stretch, and Twitch had a tendency to just kind of humor crap like this, and it was getting kind of out of hand. So she's like, I don't do it to good people, but I wrote an AI that learns and attacks back in Omniplex protocols. Omniplex was a project that I had worked on back when I was in college, and I had talked to her about it. It was just basically a very, very basic project that was just meant to handle really basic tasks, and we had a really, really fun time working on it, but it wasn't anything like this, literally. And so it was really weird how she was taking chunks of my life, starting to distort it, and then graft it into her life, and it was just really strange. And so she claims, oh, I can track an IP address and leave somebody without internet and cut somebody off from hurting you. And again, it's the hero narrative that she would frequently try to go and push. And she doesn't know how to track IPs, like, at all. She has no clue even how to get started on it. And it was, like, I kind of read this and I kind of laughed a little bit, and it was just kind of insane. And so she's like, I wrote that shit, and then she's like, that's why men don't scare me. And it was just like really, really obnoxious. So later on she says, I have that nerd brain. She's like a gaming nerd, per se. Like, she's a gaming nerd, she's a little bit of a music nerd, but she's not actually like a programming nerd or a hardware nerd. She's not like an original stock nerd, more or less. And so anytime technology would break down around her, I would have to show her how to fix it. Like if she had problems with her iPhone and everything else, I would literally have to show her how to fix it. And it was just really strange that she was making this comment when the entire time together that we had, I would literally have to go and show her how to do this. And it was very unusual, you know, and so her ego kind of swells up a little bit. And the streamer at the time was like talking about other people, and then he's like, fuck that, I can take them. And then her ego inflates more, and she's like, you better pray. And it's just really strange, you know, like the whole conversation in general was going from bad to worse. So her mental state continued to deteriorate, and she's like, you know, don't make you lose this game. And she's like, I can do it and you know it. She was trying to insinuate that she can kick Zoe off of the internet, obviously, at this point. And obviously at this point, you know, it's not going to happen. I mean, it's just her going and like having these issues. And so she states, I can ruin anybody and you know it. The weird thing is she doesn't ruin anybody. You know, like she literally can't do anything, and like she would threaten people all the time, but she would never really have the ability to go and have anybody just go and get completely fucking wrecked like that. And it was just really, really strange, I think. Like her ego was so inflated at this point. It was just really unreal. And so when the mask comes off, you know, I would have to deal with stuff like this. She would get really aggressive and stuff, and this behavior even extended over to my own stream. You know, before this particular cast happened, I would go and have to deal with this, and she would threaten me on my cast. So she just continues at this point with this text. There is nothing really new to report. It's just the same damn delusion. I'm super uber big hacker person, and I'll strip their internet and kick them out of chat, mod sword or not. And it was just really fucking weird. So it's So eventually what would happen is she would sit there and say, if chat wasn't giving her enough attention, she would be like, I'm going to go away now. And basically what she's insinuating is, I'm going to go and kill myself. Anytime that, throughout our entire relationship, anytime that I would go and not give her attention or anything like that, she would just be like, oh, I'm going to go away now. I should go away, hun. And it's like a very thinly veiled suicide threat, more or less. And then normally the chat would literally go and revolve around her a little bit to try to give her attention because, you know, suicide bad, you know, we gotta try to stabilize this person. And then she would bounce back to normal. So that's pretty much what this entire wall of text is. She thought that everybody had hated her at this point. She's like, I'm ready to go away and leave everybody happy. I love you all. And again, thinly veiled suicide threat. And when I had broken up with her, I mainly did it because of the abuse. I mean, even with the lies and stuff, I was like, okay, you know, she's a little quirky, she has mental health issues, but the abuse was so extreme that there was no way in hell I was able to stay in the relationship. And so I would routinely see stuff like this as well. Like if the argument wasn't going her way, she'd be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go kill myself. It was a lot of, for me at least, it was a lot of tension to go and carry, more or less. You know, like it was a hell of a lot of tension to go and carry, and it just wasn't really that great. So Ghost is like, hey, stay with us. And I think he understood that this was a thinly veiled suicide threat and stuff, and he was just trying to literally keep the peace. So at this point, she was kind of going through hell. She had lost her house. She didn't want to go and get a job and stuff. She had job opportunities, but she's like, oh, it's hard work. And So she's like, I'm sorry, but I try every day and I lose, and I'm ready to go to the other side again. Thinly veiled suicide threat. And she had plenty of options, you know, right up until I had broken up with her. I was giving her plenty of support and stuff, financial and otherwise. You know, I would help her with whatever it was that she needed, and so it was just really kind of strange, I think. And so everybody starts going and trying to give her attention, essentially, you know, be like, hey, don't do this, stay strong, yada yada. And so Zoe at the time was talking about how she was going through some shit. Like, everybody was going through shit at that time, and he was like, you don't have to do it alone. And she doubles down on the lie of her being in a band and being a solo artist, and she's like, someone that's made it and sold 36,000 albums on their own is sad too. And she would constantly flex shit that she's never done to people. Like, even if somebody was going through some shit, she would literally go and try to make it about herself, which is what you see here, you know. Oh, I've made 36,000 albums, I'm sad too. And the streamer was going through some shit, and Annie was always constantly trying to go and get it to revolve around her, which wasn't really that great. And so she's like, we can go through the sadness together. And say that, you know, we have people that care for us waiting on the other side, and it was going from bad to worse, essentially, and it was just kind of like a really horrible fucking experience. So, this one is a little bit weird. She had this delusion for a while, and this was going on long before this cast. She would constantly say, oh yeah, I know Matt Heafy, I've met Matt Heafy, yada yada yada. Fun fact, he streams on Twitch. And when I went in there to check, and this is one of the reasons why I wound up breaking up with her, because shit was just going off the rails at this point. He has no idea who the hell she is. And that's when I realized that something was seriously wrong, that the lie was stretching a lot further than it really had any right to be. And so she's like, I know Matt Heafy messaged me and told me that when he made the channel, it was originally Kichi Chaos Reigns, and that he changed it to be personal to him. And so she goes down and she claims, I've known Matt for 20 years. The problem with this claim is that Matt is substantially younger than her. Like, she literally has, I think, like, damn close to a fucking decade on him. And so she, first off, she's never been to the States. You know, Matt's an American. And so she would have never been able to meet him. And then second off, he would have been way too young. He would have literally not even been a teenager yet around this time. And so it's kind of backfired a little bit. And so she goes and says, hey, you know, have you, what is it? Have you seen this? Have you seen that? I know this, I know that. You know, the same stuff that I would typically see. And so she claims that, you know, she met Matt Heafy when they opened up for Testament at the Generator Cabaret in '96. Trivium didn't come along until way later. Then she was trying to say that she met Heafy in the '90s, and then that wasn't really the truth either. You know, again, he would have been a kid. And then she's like, you know, he likes my art, but he doesn't know her. So she goes, I've opened up for Tool and Nickelback and AFI. We can get Matt to host you one day, but, you know, yada yada yada. And so I would see this a lot as well. She would kind of go and sell this notion of, hey, I can go and I can show you, this band and that band, and I know this band and that band, and I can do this and that. And like, it was just really kind of weird because she doesn't know how to, she doesn't know any of these people. You know, she doesn't know how to run bands either. It's just an oddball thing, I think, and it was just really, really fucking awful. And so the band that she's attempting to go and scalp here is Everly. And so she says, oh, this is my buddy Ryan singing and everything else. This bloke has no idea who the hell she is at all. You know, like, they had a brief exchange on Twitter, and so she's going and trying to do stuff like this. So she continues saying, oh hey, this person's my friend, this person's my friend, and again, none of them know her whatsoever. And so these folks have never met her whatsoever, and they're also American, I believe. I could be wrong. I don't know much about the band, but I'm pretty sure that they're American. And again, you know, she's never left Canada. So let's see. 36 Crazy Fists. Let's okay. This comment's actually kind of funny when she's like, LOL, I know bands. It's amazing how many people think I'm full of shit when I say that. They don't think, they know. There's a large difference there. Like, they can just go and do the math and stuff. And she claims that she's a sound engineer. She has no idea how the hell to do it whatsoever. The entire time I was working on a lot of my music, she had no idea what I was doing. And so I would go and I would try to teach her and stuff, be like, okay, we're doing this, this, and this. We're going to go ahead and learn a little bit about post-production. And it just kind of went from bad to worse, I think, and it just wasn't really that great. And being a sound engineer doesn't mean that you record major record label bands. You know, it just means that you go and you work in post-production or whatever the hell specialty it is that you're doing in that particular line. And so she's never recorded any major label band. So she kind of rails against the chat, sitting there saying she doesn't need to be around people, that she's been self-sufficient, which, you know, she's never done anything like this. And she kind of doubles down on her ego, and she's like, I'm not so helpless, and I can create music and happiness and all this other stuff. And it just wasn't really that great. So she doubles down and says that I've been a pro musician since ages ago, like 1995. In 1995, she would have literally not even been a teenager yet. You know, and it was just very, very weird. Like, she is grossly unaware, I think, of most of the stuff that is falling out of her mouth, and it's very, very audible. And so there's like just various other lies that she just kind of vomits up, and it just kept going from bad to worse, more or less. You know, like, shit was officially rolling downhill, I think. And so she goes and she would victimize herself quite a bit, and she'd be like, you know, I do every breath I take to make life more bearable for everyone else, and I give up everything to get thrown away like garbage. And this was a direct crack at me going and breaking up with her. She didn't really contribute much to the relationship. It was definitely like a one-sided thing. And so at the time I was pulling the finances because she had no employment, and I had a little bit of a savings at the time, and so I was pulling finances for most of her bills and stuff, food, things like that. If she needed a hand with anything, I would go ahead and give it to her. You know, that's pretty much how the hell that was, and it didn't really get any better. So since it was one-sided, it was one of the reasons why I just kind of offered to leave. So this one is, let's see, this one's talking about like growing up without a family, and she says that she learned to take care of herself, but the truth of the matter is that she's had like a whole smorgasbord of people that have taken care of her as time has gone on. And so the weird thing is she's sitting there saying, I'm finally starting to put myself out there after the last boyfriend I had that I was physically close to tried to sell me to a trafficker. She would talk about this quite a bit. She would tell me this weird story of, oh, I was abducted and I fought them all and I got away and I was raped by literally a couple hundred men and like all this other stuff. And it was very strange because when I had got around to investigating it, I found no mention of it, no record of it. It was just really, really strange. And so the weird thing is at this point she makes no mention of the relationship that we had and stuff. Instead, goes and states, oh hey, you know, the last person I was with was a guy that tried to sell me to a trafficker. And it was really weird. So she's like, sorry, I said too much, I'll shut up. So, let's see. So she states my last boyfriend is in prison for 25 years. So it's hard to get close and put myself out there for anybody. At this point, we had, since I had broken it off with her, we were together almost 3. And so I have no idea how the hell she can sit there and say, you know, oh yes, my last boyfriend is in prison for 25 years, and then have this extreme gap of time. Everybody in this chat knew that we were together and stuff, and they had taken note of it, per se, and it was very, very oddball. So it just wasn't really getting any better, more or less. So this is where she says, I got hurt by 178 men in 13 days, and it's taken me 7 years to even get to a point where I consider putting myself out there. I'm not really sure what she's talking about with 7 years, because we had been at this point dating since early 2016, and the relationship had ended almost in 2019, like the ass end of 2018, more or less. So when I had gone again to check, because she had told me this guy's name, you can look up, since she's claiming, oh hey, he's in prison, you can go and look up to see if they're out there and stuff in the prison population, and I wasn't able to find anything on it. So at this point, I wasn't really able to tell if any of this shit was actually a lie or not. I was led to believe that it is, because I did my homework on it. I checked and stuff and everything else, and I couldn't find anything on it, so I had to write it off as a delusion, more or less. So she was like, people wonder why I struggle with depression. I didn't ask for what happened, and it's really weird because her mask would slip, and then she would change faces quite often, so you can see her boomerang, and she's like, you wash your fucking ass, and tries to joke about it and stuff and everything else, and it just wasn't really that great per se, and it was just kind of weird because she had become, well, I don't know if she became good at throwing on faces or if it was just always there and I never really noticed it. So she goes and she's like, well, now you know part of my life story, and she kind of tries to give it this air of mystery, which is really fucking oddball. So this was kind of an ongoing thing for a while. She would always like have these stories and stuff, and it was just really, really fucking insane past a certain point. So she would constantly, one of the weird things about the entire time we were together is she would constantly say, I've been raped. The entire time that we were together over the course of almost 3 years was literally her every other month claiming that she was sexually assaulted. I would get a hold of the police because I would want to know, hey guys, you know, what are you guys doing about this? How is this being investigated? Things like that, because I care. And they would be like, there was no rape, you know, and eventually the RCMP did get sick of my shit because she was making constant claims of rape, but they had no record of it, you know. They were like, how many times are they gonna have to say, no, dude, there's nothing here, move on? And so she would constantly say this all the time. And then finally, she gets mad and she's like, okay, screenshot whatever I put. I don't care. People did. They screenshot the shit out of this. And so it was very, very strange, and, you know, it just kind of went and tries to go and give her sympathy and stuff over the internet, you know, because they realize that everything's kind of a solid shit show at this point. And so she's like, I've been fighting my whole life, which, you know, I can't really comment on that, on whether or not it's true. I don't have her whole life at my disposal. And, you know, it just gets kind of weird. Like, she would eventually throw these extended pity parties to go and try to get as much attention as possible. And it would ramp really, really hard. And so she, the pity party continues, and she's like, I can't fix it, I want to. And Towards the end of our relationship, I would constantly tell her, "Hun, we need to get you checked into mental health services. None of this shit's healthy." And so she refused. She was like, "It's never going to change anything. They're going to throw me away. You know, they're going to lock me up and you'll never see me again." It was just really kind of oddball, you know. And so I found out that she had, has borderline personality disorder as well as narcissistic personality disorder. She's a cluster B. And so this comment right here is a direct reference to unstable self-image and identity. And she doesn't really know who or what she is. She has a tendency to emulate everything around her. And so that's what we typically would see with stuff like this. Like, I never knew what she was doing from one day to the next. And she claims right here that she'll never be mean and stuff, but my entire duration towards the end of the relationship, years 2 and 3, you know, she was actually pretty mean a lot of the time to people around her as well as myself. And so she claims that she'll be fair and stuff, but I found that the relationship was never really like that. There wasn't really any sort of fairness to it. It was literally a bunch of goalpost moving, and it just wasn't really that great. So she claims that people are still hurting her and everything else. I never really understood who the hell she was talking about. She would constantly say, "Oh, they're still hurting me." I thought that it was some form of PTSD for a while. I was like, maybe she's just reliving it, you know, and so I would I wouldn't so much humor it, but it'd be like, "Okay, hon, I get it. You know, we're going to go ahead and work through it." That's kind of how I would go and manage it, more or less. And so she would eventually try to go and get more attention in chat, and so she would context cry and stuff and say that she's upset, and it wasn't really anything great. And she did have a tendency to cry all the time. Times were good, she would cry. Times were bad, she would cry. And so she just kind of goes and just keeps trauma dumping in the chat and stuff. And she was complaining that I never get anyone giving a shit about me, and that was a lie. Like, I loved her for the entire duration that we were together, but I couldn't sit there and realistically stay in that relationship knowing that she was like this, more or less. Like, if she was going and getting help, that would be one thing, and I'd be like, "Oh, okay, you know, we can work on this." But she never really wanted to, and it wasn't getting better, it was only getting worse. So I had to make an executive choice at that point to be like, "Oh, okay, you know, this is not healthy. It's time for me to go." So she would constantly say that she's broken. I would always reassure her in the relationship that she's not, that it can be worked on and improved, and that I was willing to go and do it with her, essentially. And she never really wanted to hear that, though. She'd be like, "Oh, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this," and it just wasn't really that great. And so she's like, "I got hurt by people, I don't know how to be okay, I'm trying so hard." I would frequently say, "Hey, hon, let's get you checked into mental health services," more or less like therapy, meds if needed, things like that. She would never want to do it. So I had struggled the entire last year that we were together. I'd be like, "Hey, hon, we need to go and work on you." And things were falling apart, but I still kept like trying to go and get her help, and she would constantly say, "You're trying to control me," and all this other stuff. I wasn't trying to control her, I was trying to get her help because it sucked seeing her like that, and I wanted better for her. But she would constantly fight me about it all the time, and it just wasn't really that great. So she sits there and says, "I try to brighten everyone's day and people just hurt me all the time." This is a lie. Whenever she brightens people's days and stuff, they don't try to hurt her. They're actually really grateful that she's there, more or less. You know, a lot of people were actually really excited to go and see her on a regular basis, and she never really was able to see it. She also had this other delusion that people were just using her to moderate and everything else, and it's just so fucking oddball. So she makes the pity party continues, and she's like, "I've been thrown away my whole life. It's so strange not to be." And like, first she says, "Oh, hey, I've been, you know, thrown away, and then, oh, I'm not being thrown away, and like it was this constant back and forth that I would constantly see reflected in our relationship that we had together. And so finally she's like, sorry, I'll be quiet, have a lovely day. She would say this numerous times throughout the entire duration of this cast. So, oh, no, we wound up in the wrong folder. Let's see. And then Chad just like tries to console her throughout the entire time that she was going and doing this, but they were kind of buying into this idea, well, this delusion she had where everybody's just evil and out to get her, and it was very, very strange, you know, and I never really understood it and stuff, because I would constantly tell her, hon, not everybody hates you. You know, you're gonna have people that don't really care for you that much, but not everybody hates you. And so she's like, I don't expect everyone to have an answer. Just talking to my sister is mostly just hurting, but thank you for caring. And like the entire time we were together, I understood that she was like hurting and stuff, but what had mainly driven me away was the lying, the cheating, the anger issues, the verbal and emotional abuse, and a lot of the manipulation as well. It wasn't really getting better, so I was like, yeah, I'm out. And let's see here. So then the pity party kind of continues, contacts crying, things like that. Nothing really new here, and then we swap up the mask and stuff, and it's it just kind of went on for like a really, really long time. So eventually she would try to be controlling in her own right, and she would tell Zoe that she wanted to do some things, in this case be a moderator, and Zoe was like, I'm sorry, Annie, I can't do that, and then Annie would be like, you know, I'm not asking for permission, and all this other stuff, and eventually she gets mad because everybody in chat is trying to console her, and she's like, you know, soak me and give me charity loves and I'll take them. Love the charity, still know if somebody's bullshitting or not. Like, she would literally kiss up to people, and then she would go and like tear into people, and like she didn't really go and treat them too well, and it was really reflected, I think, with this comment when people were trying to legitimately be kind, and she was just kind of going and doing her thing, and Zoe was trying to micromanage it at the time. It wasn't really that great. And so she's like, you know, I always care, and Zoe was like, you know, I know you do, which, you know, is a reasonable answer. And so she'd be like, listen, girl, I care about you always, what the fuck, and then she would try to like force hugs and everything else, and Zoe would sit there and say, I have a lot of people that care about me, and so she goes, I've got Darren and everybody else, and so she'd get mad and say, fuck that shit, you know, I'm always here for you, and yeah, I don't give a fuck what your mods know, do you know how much I love you, girl, and everything else. And it was just like this kind of controlling aspect of her that she went ahead and had, more or less. So it was just kind of going from bad to worse, and it just wasn't really that great. And she would eventually try to control more and say, I'm not asking you to do what you feel. That's pretty damn controlling, I think, you know, because I feel like you should always go with your gut. You know, if you have somebody sitting there saying, I'm not asking you to do what you feel, that's a beeline for straight control, at least from what I can see looking at it from here and stuff, and it just wasn't really that great. In the relationship, I would always go and be accused of trying to be controlling and stuff, but I found later that this is just projection that narcissists have a tendency to do. So this is literally nothing. Oh yeah, here we go. So whenever she would go and get resistance to something she would want to do, she would be like, I'm asking fucking nicely. Like, she would use, like, if she didn't get what she wanted, she would use aggression to try to go and get it. And it wasn't really that great per se. So this is when she mentions Queen Homicida that we covered earlier in this video. And so she's trying to do a rudimentary form of networking where she's like, you know, I'll get this person to work with that person, and it's just very, very strange. And so we see a lot of manipulation, I think. And so she's like, you know, she'll do it because I asked her, and because I asked him nicely and all this other stuff, and because I love him, but because I never ask for anything, which is a lie. She would ask for a lot of stuff. And I've known them for years and all this other stuff, and it was just really kind of strange, and it wasn't really getting any better. So she tries to elevate herself to the top with this comment. So Zoe was like, you know, I have all these people that, you know, I love and stuff, and Darren's previous tag was DC Studio, and so she was trying to elevate herself above them, and so she's like, I know Darren's amazing, but you gotta keep all your solid people in mind, they deserve it too. This is a direct reference to her because out of that entire conversation, she was the only one that was actually left out, more or less. And so she openly admits that she knows that DC is her BFF, but please show love to everyone. She already was showing love to everybody at the time. This is a direct reference. A very subtle one, but a direct one nonetheless, that is referencing her. You know, she's trying to say, hey, you know, don't be like this to me, and it just wasn't really working out for her. But yeah, it just kind of kept getting worse, and so she's like, I love DC too, he's awesome, but everybody's important, girl. It's important to note that when she says this, she's not talking about the entire chat. She would say this only if she felt that she was excluded. And so we would see this comment used over and over again. And it wasn't like, this wasn't the only chat that she would go and do this in. When we were together and I watched her mod for other people and stuff, she would do this all the time if she felt that she was underappreciated and stuff, even if she wasn't really doing anything. So with this, there was like a lot of delusion here because I did look into this. And so this cast happened a little bit earlier in the following year. And so with this, what wound up happening is she claims that she got the shit beaten out of her by, I'm assuming that's probably multiple, large men weeks ago. I've been in and out of doctors with 5 fractures and healing since. This story is the same one that she had told me almost a year ago. She was claiming that she was jumped in her backyard and her limbs were broken, but they never gave her casts or wraps or anything that would be remotely useful for this. So, you know, the delusion kind of continues, and she's like, what I deserve isn't the same thing as what happens. Thank you for thinking so and supporting me. Like, she would fish around for sympathy, and then she would reply with stuff like this. And so the thing doubles down, and she's like, big fucking man, you know, blah 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 blah. And she claims that, you know, she pushes through it, and she is kind while being kind. I find that she wasn't really that kind of a human being, because she would be quote quote kind to people and expect to get something out of it later, but that's not what being kind really is about. Being kind, for me at least, is about doing something because you can, because you want better for that human being. And so, you know, that's how I looked at it. And so she goes again for like the 5th time, she's like, sorry, I'll shut up now. And she's like, I love you, Zoe, and thank you for being so kind to me. Again, fishing around for attention. So here she claims, she's like, I'm on gabapentin and tramadol and drugged to sleep through it. I'm kind of getting by and saying fuck the doctor, TBH, well, to be honest. So the thing is she would have to go to a doctor to get gabapentin and tramadol, so she couldn't really be able to sit there and say, I'm saying fuck the doctor, to be honest, because she would still need to go see a doctor to get these drugs. She would not be able to self-prescribe. And then it's also worth noting that the entire time we were together, she said that she was allergic to tramadol. So how can you sit there and say, hey, you know, I'm getting thrown on gabapentin and tramadol. You're sitting there saying you're allergic to tramadol. You would be dead taking it. So DC here, he's like, you know, he's trying to support her and stuff, which is great, you know. But I think that they were trying to run damage control at this time as well. Like, I think they were literally sitting there and they were like, okay, you know, this is a shit show. We got to run damage control to make sure that it's never this bad, you know. So it was kind of weird. She claims that she spent Christmas with a bunch of... Hold on a second. I gotta scroll back down again. But she was sitting there claiming that she spent Christmas with a bunch of cops around her with her feet in stirrups, telling me that I was lying. Yes. The weird thing about this is I was moderating for a friend of mine throughout Christmas, and he was doing a 24-hour Christmas stream because he was single, had no wife, no kids. She spent the entire time in there. So we have that entire chat logged. So how can she sit there and say, I spent all Christmas with a bunch of cops around me with my feet in stirrups telling me that I was lying, if she was literally spending all of it on Twitch? So if she went and she was like sexually assaulted and everything else, and she spent Christmas going and having the cops talk shit to her, essentially, then she would have not been posting in my friend Daryl's stream at all. She was posting pretty consistently throughout the entire day, and then well into the night before she had gone to bed. So we have this block of text here, and she's like, I had some fucking officer tell me I was lying because I didn't have any was supporting my case of being assaulted by a guy, and oh god, this is written so badly. Then I almost got put away for accusing people of doing it and fought for my own rights and got disregarded with everything I said. How the hell would you be able to do this over the course of like a single day? You're sitting there saying I spent Christmas in there. Okay, that's fine, whatever. How the hell over the course of 24 hours can you go fight for your rights, get tossed out by the police, like all this stuff? I mean, it seems like a little bit of a fucking stretch to go and like try to do this in 24 hours, but it was just really weird, you know. Like, she tries to pump up this certain level of heroism, and she's like, I had to fight for my own rights, and you know, look at how tough I am. And I would see this, you know, quite a bit, you know. This behavior in general is just fucking insane sometimes. So she doubles down on the whole cops hate you bullshit, and she's like, police just accused me of lying and never protect me anyways. I had to deal with the police quite a bit whenever we were in a relationship together and stuff. The police would openly admit that she is batshit crazy and that she has a problem with lying in general. And it was past a certain point that they went ahead and cut support for me because she was constantly saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I would have to call the police about it because it would have me so strung out that I wasn't sure if she was actually going to do it or not, you know. And so the pity doubles down, and she's like, it's more convenient for them. What actually happened, they don't care, they just let me be hurt, and blah, 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 blah. She claims that she's been so tired from fighting this for years. The entire time we're together, I went and I actually talked to the police about this. And they were like, yeah, we have no record of this. We take rape seriously, we investigate all of it. You know, the city that she was living in, it had a pretty high murder rate, but when it came to rape and stuff, they always buckled down with it. And so she's claiming, hey, it's been going on for years. A lot of the times when she would sit there and say, hey, I've been assaulted, she would literally go and say, oh, I've been assaulted. I would be like, oh my god, what happened? Because, you know, concerned. She wouldn't be able to explain any details of it. One of the weirder things is she sat there, there was one story she had told me where she was like, I was raped by 5 men out on the sidewalk. And I was unconscious for all of it. If you were unconscious for it, then how do you know that there was like 5 men there? And furthermore, if it's like in public on a sidewalk, you would have seriously thought that somebody would have actually stopped and, I don't know, done something about it. Like, I think as the relationship went on, I had a hard time going and believing anything that she said because I wasn't really able to ever take it seriously with as fantastical as bullshit was getting. And so she goes and she victimizes herself and says I get assaulted and get the cops pointing fingers at me on top of it, yada yada, and they never, I'm assuming, never stand up for women. It's a very popular narrative that I see with a lot of feminists that are like, oh, nobody's standing up for women, cops don't do it. So this was an argument that I would see all the time. They never stand up for women, but if I go and double check with them, I can literally be like, oh, okay, well, what are you guys doing about this? And they're like, we have no reported this. And I'd have to go back and double check and be like, Hunter, are you sure you reported this? Yes, I reported this. And when you have sexual assault on top of sexual assault on top of sexual assault, and then you have another one side saying I reported it, the other side saying no, we have no such thing. It's hard to believe any of this. I believe that lying about rape is just as bad as rape because it damages credibility, which is a lifelong thing. You never really completely get it back. So, LOL, I got raped by 2 large men and then had to report it, and then they made me spend my Christmas alone reporting bullshit I didn't want to talk about. Again, this doesn't really, this is a lie because she was hanging out in a friend of mine's cast going and, talking pretty much the entire day, most of the evening. And it just doesn't check out. Like, we literally have her chat logs from that stream still. And so it makes no sense to sit there and say, I spent Christmas alone, I was raped. And it's just very oddball, I think. And I had a hard time really trusting anything out of her because of stuff like this. And so she's like, why did they make me report it? I just wanted to go home and sleep. She was already home talking in Twitch chat. And so I don't think, in all honesty, if she was sexually assaulted, it would be really fucking strange to go and be raped and then say, like, she was on Twitch mobile, right? Going and sitting there saying all this crazy shit in chat. Like, when all the times that I was sexually assaulted, I was not hanging out on a website at all. Like, I was in no fucking shape to hang out on a website. I was completely and utterly fucking wrecked from it happening and stuff, and so I find a lot of these claims like really hard to believe. And then with her having like a history of claiming rape with no real paper trail, like no documentation whatsoever to back it up when people can go and check, it makes it hard to really believe anything that comes out of her mouth. So it's really, really weird. This statement doesn't check out, I don't think. There's no reason for a doctor to sit there and say that you're not good enough. It literally makes no sense. And then she's like, I don't have any family, I'm trying, there's only so far I can go. And it was really just kind of oddball, because she had a lot of people that cared about her, Like, there was like a lot of people that loved that woman, even with like all of her problems and stuff. There was like a lot of people that just loved the hell out of her. And so, like, I feel like the statement's not really being made in good faith. Her friends literally were her family, both of her parents, as far as I'm aware, had passed on and stuff, but she still had, like, a lot of friends to go and back her up. So, at this point, she's trying to, sometimes talks with her would get, like, really, really strange. And so, she was trying to get Zoe into Discord, like a private Discord room, to go and talk to her and stuff. And somebody had, like, accused her of sleeping with Zoe, and it was meant to be a joke. And, obviously nobody's taking it seriously at this point. Zoe sure as hell didn't. And so Annie took it seriously, and she's like, if I wanted to give my pussy to Ghost, I would, but that's not what this is about. He's my big brother. Ghost was actually older than her, and he did look after her a fair bit, but he cut support for her when she had started abusing me, out of all things. Like, Ghost Dog, strangely enough, even though shit was fucked, he was one of the first to literally sit there and be like, hey, this is not okay, hon. You shouldn't be doing this. And so he goes and he's like, we need to chat. And, I'm not sure what the hell happened with his last comment. Go ahead and fucking question. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be me or just M or whatever the case may be. And it's just really kind of oddball. She was constantly triggered throughout the entire stream. And so she starts fighting with this gentleman right here, and she's like, let's do this, I wasn't done with you. And then the guy was just joking with her. She calls him a pussy, and then states that he can't measure up to her and everything else. And Typo is literally trying to move on with the conversation because she's just picking fights with him left and right, and it just wasn't really that great. So Annie tries to force herself on Zoe some more and plagiarize herself as a sound engineer, and she's like, I'm not doing any of that free work shit. I don't really understand how she can claim that she's going to do work on it. She didn't have the knowledge to do so. If she would have, what I was working on at the time would have not seemed alien to her. Or at least that's, my opinion on it per se. And so she goes and she gets more aggressive. These earlier people can fuck off. And me and you can talk to the sound person and plan things together. So the thing that's weird is she's saying that she's the sound person, but then she's like going to go and talk to the sound person. So the question I found myself asking is, okay, if you're the sound person, why would you need to go and question the sound person? You would essentially be talking to yourself at that point, since you claim that you can do the work. And so it's very, very oddball. And so she goes and attacks Sharp TV. Do you seem to think I've taken anything for free? There's been a lot of things that she's taken for free. She took, at the time we were together, she was taking a lot of people's help. She had zero issue with me paying her bills. Like, she was going and taking a hell of a lot for free. At the time, I had paid for her dog's surgery as well. She would feed her Chihuahua wet food all the time, and it led to a dental abscess caused by rotting teeth. And I had to step in with $2,000 and actually pay the bill because she couldn't afford it. And I never claimed that. I never claimed that money back. Essentially, like, it just seemed kind of rude to do. Like it shouldn't be criminal to want to keep your animals around. So this is literally a direct lie. So she bulks up and she's like, I'll guarantee I'll kick their asses. And then everything else, again, this is a lot of the bravado that I would typically see out of her. And every time her anger would flare, because she was a pretty angry human being, I would see stuff like this. And it wasn't really that great, And so she'd be like, don't let me pressure you, decide yourself. But as we saw with the earlier screenshots, she's like, oh, hey, fuck what you feel and everything else. So it contradicts, this statement contradicts the previous one. So let's see. This is like a chunk of another piece of text. So she talks about how she'll go and tear a person's whole fucking organization apart, and that she's not afraid and all this other stuff. She's actually a very timid human being until she gets angry. But even when angry, she never really does anything. Like, she'll threaten it, she'll orate it, like, very, very heavily. I'll fuck you up, I'm tired of this, I'm tired of that, blah, 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 blah. I'm not afraid, but nothing would ever happen. It would be a non-existent, it's a non-starter. And so she's like, I won't even second guess it. I'll just blast your boss's fucking head off. And I would see threats like this when we were going and spending time together as well. She didn't get along with her neighbors, and she would stand in the doorway while I was on the mic with her, and she would verbally threaten them, the neighbors that she had across the street. And so it wasn't really that great, so we can just see how it just kind of progresses as it goes on and stuff. So this is a segment that is about the band Everlit, and she's trying to sit there and say that she's going to be the bring the band into the stream and stuff, and that you know, that she's friends with these people and everything else, and yada yada yada, and everything else that she claims all the time, and it's really nothing new at this point. So she's like, you know, hey, I know these people, blah blah blah. Ghost realizes that Anne's kind of off the rails at this point, and he's like, you know, I know that you know that I'm always here for you and everything else. So she's like, I have pics of them opening for Avenged Sevenfold. I'll give you a link of their newer single, blah 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 blah. And she just really kind of doubles down on this whole, I'm going to use this band to boost your viewership, and we're going to turn it into this giant thing. And on Twitter, the band wound up blocking her, and she threw a fit because people were like screenshotting this and then posting it to Twitter. And the band was like, yeah, this is an issue, and then just went and had let her go, essentially, at that point, because they were following her, and they're like, no, you're not healthy. You gotta go. And so she has a very unrealistic expectation of what friends are, you know, and so she's like, you know, I'll be talking to them more to book them up, and she doesn't know how to book bands whatsoever at all, you know, because we had talked about it when we were dating and stuff, and it's just lie on lie on lie, and it's fucking insane past a certain point. And so she's like, I'll make my return, and make my return a live metal concert with 3 Canada bands. Like, she's never done live music on a scale like that, like, at all, you know, and so she has this delusion of making this this grand comeback, essentially, and it was just really, really weird. And so we see the whole attempt of using a band, and then, you know, self-promotion and everything else, and the claim that she's been talking to these guys for like 5 years, yada yada yada, and it just never panned out. Oop, hello. Okay. Oh, holy shit. I am not going to be able to read that, I don't think. Actually, hold up, I may be able to. Oh, it's this goddamn thing. Okay. So, she is literally in a art streamer's chat that I used to enjoy hanging out in. This streamer is no longer around. Annie wound up damaging her reputation so damn bad that she no longer casts. And so she's trying to be she's trying to claim to be a Twitch moderator and stuff, and so she's just kind of going through and trying to help, well, quote quote, help the streamer and stuff. And so she's like, okay, yeah, tablet uses the same as mobile OS, but the tablet is mobile OS. And so it's like very strange how she just doesn't really realize that, and then she tries to go and treat the person like a child a little bit and try to like guide them through it. And this is a direct reference to her claiming to be global mod, obviously, as you can see. And so she has the other claim of global mod right there, claiming that it's So, this comment that you would typically see right here is she had this weird kind of fetish for wanting people to go and paint her. So, there was a guy on Twitch named I Paint Creatures, and he would do some of the craziest fucking art. Like, I loved this man's work. He just did so much good stuff. And so, she's like, I want you to paint me, and he was like, I can do that, I'll paint you as a monster, because that's kind of like his shtick. If somebody went and subbed, he would go and sketch them. And it was just really cool. It ended up in a book. So she'll be like, oh my god, yes, I'll hang it on my music room and promote you with it. But the thing is she doesn't have a musical presence. Like, people aren't walking into her house and stuff and saying, hey, you know, whose, you know, painting is that? And so she never really thought this one through, I don't think. And so she's like, okay, how about this? A painting of something when you think of me. And I would see this a lot. Like, she would want people to idolize her. Why aren't people thinking of me, you know? She used to mod for Sidecar Angel. And funny story, Angel one day was painting a pasty, a pasty white woman with black hair. And she was kind of like lanky and stuff, and Annie thought that it was her. And so she had this idea in her head that if somebody was doing art, it was most likely going to be about her, when that is not the case, like, at all, you know. And so she always kind of walked around with this delusion and this need for adulation, more or less. So let's see, so she does know how to draw a little bit, and so she's like, you do a painting like that for me and I'll do a sketch piece like that for you. And so the caster at the time, IPC, was like, no, you don't have to do that. So he went ahead, he did the sketch of her, and then the sketch for him never materialized. It just never showed up, and he had made a comment about it, you know, and it just wasn't really that great and stuff. And so she keeps trying to weasel in for a moderator position by trying to be helpful. And so I would see this this line of behavior essentially with every new stream that she would walk into. Oh, if I'm helpful enough, they'll give me a sword. And after a while, I found it to be incredibly disingenuous, you know, and it just wasn't really super amazeballs. And so she just throughout the entire duration, she goes and continues doing it, essentially. And so she would eventually, when she was trying to moderate for my stream, I already had a bunch of people that I had for moderators. I had DTNZ as well as Oasis Path 1s, Oasis Path 1, sorry, that's speech impediment. And both of them were amazing mods. They knew their shit up and down, backwards and forwards, and so she would try to go and do this as well, and treat them as idiots as an end result, thinking that, you know, they didn't really know what the hell it was that they were doing and stuff. And so IPC eventually asked her, hey, what do you want me to draw? And she doubles down with the adulation. She's like, I want you to create something, whatever you decide to do, with a musical touch, whatever you want, something that comes to your mind when you think of me. And so she always wanted to be on people's minds and stuff, instead of just giving the guy, like, freedom to do whatever. She's like, oh, whenever you think of me. It was just really fucking cheeseball. And so this just kind of goes down, and she goes and this is an expansion of the previous screenshot where she talks about global moderation, and she tries really hard to sell it because she wanted people to take her seriously and respect her and stuff, but a lot of people would end up seeing through it, and it wouldn't really, it wasn't really something that would pan out for her. So she's like, I was originally asked to do it when Twitch started implementing chatbots for the first time, after years of Merc chat client bot coding work. She doesn't know how to code whatsoever. She has no fucking clue how to code. She doesn't even understand how the hell it works. So, let's see. She was insinuating that she knows how to do global mod work because she has been doing it when they started implementing chatbots for the first time. Chatbots predate global modhood by like 5 years. Like, literally. Like, there's a 5-year gap, so she would never be able to go and be a global mod while they were going and implementing chatbots for the first time. So she's like, so I just kind of kept trying to be helpful and moved into a regular moderation on my own. That's not how that works. They invite you, you just don't move into it. You know, and so she buckles down on the whole I do too much sometimes. And so she's like, you know, I'm Twitch old, I need a walker, which her account is pretty old. So So this is literally, this is a throwback to Queen Homicide's cast. You know, there's her remotes and stuff. I don't think she's on Twitch anymore, but the dino guy that she was arguing with goes and she finally gets mad and swings at him. You know, and it's meant to be a joke as well. And so Annie decides to open her mouth again. She's like, you made a bad fucking impression with some of us when you walked in originally, just saying. And she doesn't realize that these deleted messages, his timeout was literally done as a joke. They were joking. She was not. So, in Queen's chat, she would again float the lie of just global moderation and everything else. And she's like, I should go browse and see what newer positions they're filling and all this other stuff. Like, she would literally just kind of make shit up on the fly. And it would, of course, never go anywhere. You know, and then she's like, I could probably apply for the network security department. That is a throwback to me, because I would typically work security and stuff, and she would try to pass it off as her own. And so it wouldn't really work for her and stuff, and it was just weird because she was kind of blending my life and her life together. So, she's like, she floats the entire goddamn thing of, you know, I was working with X, Y, and Z, and she's like, I would probably be fantastic in growth and marketing. She doesn't know how to do marketing. She couldn't even market herself correctly. Normally I would have to go and give her a hand with branding and marketing and stuff. I'm not the best at it, but I'm competent enough to get by. And so it just really, shit just kind of kept rolling downhill, essentially. And it was just really kind of awful. So, with this particular dude that I had ran across at the time, I was streaming at the time, and this gentleman, who I'm assuming he's a guy, I could be wrong, he had come in and said that they were dating at the time and stuff, and I had like laughed it off because I would get like fucking oddball fucking claims on Twitch all the time, and so I was kind of getting a little bit aggressive with him because I was trying to cast at the time and juggle Whispers, and I was supposed to be on break. I was streaming Killing Floor 2 at the time. And so I eventually started grilling this dude, and he was going and talking about her entire life and stuff, and he just knew way too much intimate information and stuff, and he just knew way too much fucking information and stuff about her that normal people probably wouldn't have, you know, like how old the dog is and stuff, because she didn't talk about her dog much. She didn't talk about her teeth either and how they're broken, and it was just really kind of ridiculous at the time, you know. And so he went through the entire duration, and he would just go and just continuously do this stuff, and he knew everything about her ink, and it was just a little too close for comfort. And so eventually I had gotten sick of it. I knew that I wasn't going to stay with her at this point. Like, this was kind of the breaking point for me. I was trying to go, this was like a couple of months before I went and I broke it off with her, because I just didn't want this anymore. Like, I had started realistically cranking up to leave at this point. Like, I knew that the relationship was kind of a wash at this point. I had started losing my temper, a good way through this, and so it just really wasn't really getting any better, per se. And so at this point, I had started taking screenshots because I was just really, really pissed with everything, and I just didn't really want to deal with it. I didn't really want to fuck with it or anything. It was just getting kind of insane at that point. So I left off on all the guys' live evidence to go through. So What this next batch of stuff is she was eventually called out on Twitter for lying about moderating for Elohim, and this entire wash is literally everybody doing their investigative work and basically proving to her that she's a liar. She has a new Twitter now, but her old account is AlexisAnn1982. And so, as you can see, pretty much everybody and their damn grandmother is fully aware of this. And even Lucky right there calls it out, and it just kind of went from bad to worse. And Zoe was tagged in it because this stemmed from her cast, more or less. And at this point, I went ahead and blocked her because she had started a smear campaign. She was literally trying to go and blame me for everything. She's like, she had made the claim I was raped by Rain, which that is a lie because we never met. She's 2,800 miles away. I can't have sexual contact with anybody that is that far away. I'm not talented like that. And so they would go and just call her out. And Elo, from what I understand, it happened on this gentleman's birthday, which is fucking awful. And so it was just, let's see, QL. Okay, go to T. It was just one of the worst things ever. So eventually Elohim went and posted a screenshot where he had reached out to Annie and stuff, and he was like, who are you and why are you telling people that you modded for me? She blocked him. And so it was really, she had eventually tried to lie about this later, and she's like, it's because I'm not in the same server as you and all this other shit. And it just wasn't really getting any better. The lies were just kind of piling on top of each other, and she wasn't really able to keep up with it, essentially. So she had hosted a smear campaign against me for, I want to say about a month and a half. It was at its worst for a week. Eventually, I had come forward and I had started batting back. I had gone no contact with her at the end of October, and I flat out said, hey, I haven't had contact with her. I have no idea what the hell's going on. My friends sometimes would try to keep me up to date on her, but I didn't really care. I was enrolled in therapy at that point, and I was working on trying to reverse the damage. And my therapist is like, go no contact, don't give her any attention, you're not going to be able to fix this, just move on. And I said, okay. So Elo here is like, hey, we're going to post the original email, and I want to apologize about it. On this dude's fucking birthday, he was literally like, hey, I'm sorry. This shouldn't be like this. Let me mop this fuck up. And so everybody literally just kind of weighed in on it at this point. My abuse was actually exposed online. It was very awkward. I wasn't ready for it at all. She was trying to say, oh, I have evidence I need to show that I'm being abused, yada, yada, yada. And so this gentleman is friends with one of the larger casters that she used to mod for. They sat down, they investigated the entire situation from top to bottom, and they had they went ahead and they had a talk about it. And then the rest of chat literally just continuously showed that she was going and lying about it. And then here they are going and pulling her chat logs, so you literally could not hide jack shit from the internet. And it was just going, and everything was just kind of sweltering at that point. It was just kind of fever pitch. She tried to drag me into it a multitude of times, going as far as to insult me whenever the hell she would go and get a chance. And so these screenshots are literally just the entire conversation that had, going and investigating it and everything else, and the consensus they had. This gentleman's trying to stand up for her and stuff, which I get that, but I think that he was like going and he had quite a few good things to say about it. You know, are they adult? Are they a suicide risk? All of the information being provided in good faith. I think this guy kind of nailed it the same way that I would have nailed it. I would have investigated it, I think, a little bit more strictly and stuff, but I kind of admire what this guy was doing because he wasn't really willing to just go and resort to mob violence and stuff. And eventually I had, with her shoving me in the spot like that, or the spotlight like that, I had to come out about my abuse. I pulled all of my phone records, all of my Discord DMs, all of my Twitch whispers, like pretty much every single piece of contact that we had. I had made a giant folder out of it. I made that folder publicly available to everybody, and I said, hey, tell you what, you can go and you can scrutinize all of this if you want, you know. And so that was pretty much where it was at for me. And so it was really weird. He was like, I don't know who was talked to and what was said, so I reached out the best way to stop the poison from spreading. At this point, what this man's doing is just running damage control because he doesn't want this shit to spread. I get it, you know, like when you have somebody that's being aggressive with people and claiming that they moderate for you, you have to do shit like this because it can very easily damage your reputation, and so this is what this man is doing. You know, a lot of people disagreed with how the situation was handled. I think it wasn't really handled that well, in all honesty. Like, I understand why it happened and stuff, but at the same time, I don't really think that it was handled very well. You know, like, I don't think that this generally... Like, I don't think that putting her on blast like that was really that great, but at the same time, he did reach out to her. She, what is it? She just really... It was just bad. Like, this whole fucking stint was a goddamn shit show, and I hated it. Because at this time, what is it? At this time, I was trying to move on with my life. And then I was logging into Twitter, I had people mentioning me, I would openly admit I didn't want to be fucking a part of this shit. I just hated it, you know? It wasn't really that great. And so, this guy and Ella were like kind of going and talking back and forth about it, and I personally think that Almighty is actually making some good points and stuff. He's asking questions that need to be asked. And so, Ella was just honest about it. He's like, the point of that post was to prove that this person was not a mod by showing facts, chat logs, that's it. He goes and he tries to work with this guy, and he just wasn't really happening. And so I think that they both have points. On one end, this gentleman's going and trying to go and, what is it? He's trying to defend his reputation, essentially. And then this guy's like, hey, why don't we have, you know, better questions being asked? You know, like, why isn't this going as far as it should be? You know. And so it just really was, this entire stint was just depressing to watch. So apparently Elohim and his family at one point had gone and investigated it fully and stuff. They went around, they looked, you know, they went ahead and handled it essentially, and he, you know, reconciles with this gentleman right here and stuff. It wasn't a bad conversation, but I feel that it's a conversation that should have never had to happen, because things like this shouldn't have to happen, more or less. And so shit just kind of kept, shit just kind of kept rolling downhill with him and this gentleman, and it just wasn't really, it wasn't really great. So I really just kind of hated it a fair bit. So she was going, I had mutuals with her. They would send me shit like this a lot of the time off of their phones and stuff, and I would literally have to be like, what is this, more or less. I would explain to them that, you know, she was blocked and everything else, and they would go screenshot the transaction and still mail it to me. I didn't really care for it. I already had her blocked at that point. So this guy is fully aware of what's going on, calls himself Button Pusher, and they go and they have like this conversation. And so she goes and she's like, I have very valid proof that, you know, this person, she was basically trying to say my account was hacked. Rain went ahead and posted all this super stupid, silly shit and all these lies and crap. And so the problem with this is that she was going and saying, hey, you know, this is a recent thing, but these issues, when you actually look at them, they had been going back for like years, like long before she had met me, kind of years. And so she tries to go and do the whole, if I go public with it, they get the reaction. At the time, I just didn't give a shit. I know that I probably should have, but I was focusing on my life, getting my health in order. My health was just in the fucking gutter at the time. I was in and out of hospitals, which she would later try to say that it never happened. And so she goes and, even with my medical records kind of staring her in the face, she would eventually go and have this conversation with this guy. And it really just wasn't that, it wasn't really that great whatsoever. And so it really was just kind of insane. So this guy goes and he leads by example. And so she was like, I am currently planning on how to put a formal case together about it. The case never happened at all. Nothing happened. She literally just ran from it because she was getting swamped on Twitter so hard that there was nothing good coming from it. You know, she couldn't go and defend herself from any of it because people were investigating, realizing that she was full of shit, you know, pretty much everything. And so this guy's like trying to encourage a proper resolution. He's like, hey, if you're being abused, you gotta go to the authorities about this. If your account was broken into, you know, you gotta do something about it. You gotta do something to undo the damage. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. It just kind of continued going down and further into the hole, essentially. And so it was never handled with the proper channels, whatever the hell that was supposed to mean, you know. And it was really insane, I think. And then everybody continues to go and call her out on her lies. So eventually she had drawn the ire of some really huge fucking dudes. And so I was, Twitter was going through this phase where it was like recommending tweets to you, which they continue to do to this day. And so this account had eventually gotten a hold of her, quite literally, like just totally tore into her ass, and it was just fucking insane. And at this point I was in the process of defending myself because I was fighting an accusation of rape, an accusation of abuse. At this point I had already released all of my fucking info and stuff. And then what had happened with these screenshots essentially is I had mutuals that were like, hey, she's going to try to do some sketchy shit. We're going to go ahead and screenshot this, and then we're going to go ahead and send it to you. And at the time, downloads for Discord weren't working, so I'd have to go and then screenshot it on my phone and then archive it on a computer. It was just like a hell of a fucking thing. And so at this point, the smear campaign was in full effect. And people were like, did you really sexually assault her? I would say no, we've never met. And then she lies right here and she's like, the original report posted is full of wild accusations. They weren't wild accusations, essentially. It was literally just basic investigating, you know, because she would claim stuff all the time. And then say, you know, about stuff I've never said to anybody. But what they don't realize is when you go and you send a message on Twitch, what it does is it logs the IP address of that Twitch, or that message comes from. And so people are able, using plugins, to go and research this. And so she was trying to float this fucking thing where she was like, oh, well, somebody had hijacked my computer and posted all this stuff, and like it was just really shit was going from bad to worse for her, and I noticed like the entire time she was doing this, she was insinuating that it was me and stuff, but she was like too afraid to say my name for whatever reason, so everybody else continues calling her out at this point, and she just keeps doubling down and doubling down and doubling down, and it just, like, she was doubling down so much that there really was no end to it, more or less. And so this is, oh man, I had friends that were like warning me about shit for a while, and so eventually I had friends that were looking out for me, and they're like, you know, Ram, you're not going to survive this well unless you go and you start archiving. So a lot of this stuff is just stuff that she would routinely post, and so you could see like all of this shit, you know, that was literally just going straight to hell, and it just wasn't really getting any better. She would constantly scream that everybody else was being toxic and everybody hated her and all this other stuff, you know, like she would victimize herself so heavily. So this was right after I went ahead and this is right after I had broken up with her, essentially, like not even 23 days out, more or less, and she was going and randomly freaking out because people were like, yeah, what you did to Ram was not okay. You know, this is not okay whatsoever. And it just kind of kept rolling downhill, essentially. And I tried to ignore it for a while. Everybody's like, dude, don't even fucking give it the time of day. And so I essentially just gray rocked that crap. I was like, no texts, no calls, don't stare at your socials. But things were escalating to such a heavy extent with her screaming that I had sexually assaulted her and beaten her. Like, there was a point in time where she was trying to sit there and say that I had beat her up and all this other stuff, but again, we had never met. You know, I can't beat what is, I can't beat what's not there, more or less. It's not how that works. And so it was just getting worse and worse and worse, and so people, when she went through this extended depression phase, people literally started ignoring her. She used to get like a lot of likes and stuff, and then it just became more and more infrequent. People just kind of stopped caring, I think, at that point. And so a lot of what you see here kind of extended over to our relationship, you know, that we used to have before I had gone and dumped her. So this is like from April 2018. At this point, I had not seen her for 3 months, and I was just kind of sitting there, and I was taking some time to myself to recoup, because at the time my doctor was literally saying, you know, you have so much stress on you that it's impacting your health, it's raising inflammation. If you do not stop, you will have a heart attack. So the entire time she was gone, I was literally just kind of sitting there going, you know, I need this, I need this, I need this, and it was just kind of insane. And so most of this is just raw projection, you know, constantly. So they're saying, stay away from people who can't take responsibility for their actions. Like the whole, I'm just going to victimize myself bullshit stretched back like well over a year. And I eventually just got sick of it. I didn't want the abuse. I didn't deserve the abuse. It was driving me to psychosis as well, which is one of the reasons I have to focus on my mental health now. The wear and tear was so damn bad that I wasn't really going and recovering from it whatsoever. You know, it was just like getting worse all the time. And so at that point, leaving became more of a viable option, essentially. You know, it was just something that I was looking towards more and more. So this is another chunk from the Elohim shit that happened. if the pressure would get too high, she would go and do something like this. I'm gone most of 2 weeks fighting to level out my heart, fighting for my life after electrocution, wondering if I'm going to make it. We would see the self-victimizing quite a bit, and then the stories would become very fantastical, I think. And so it wasn't uncommon to see stuff like this. She would literally throw temper tantrums and everything else, and people would literally continue to go and call her out. Literally. This gentleman right here just turned around, straight up nailed her to the floor. And there are some people that are grossly unaware of the crap that she's pulling, like this gentleman right here. And so, like, some people were like, what the hell? And then some people were going and, offering up helpful advice, you know. And so she was trying to say that I had accessed her account, but what they failed to take into consideration is when two-factor authentication was released for Twitch, I showed her how to do it because she was worried about her account breaking in, or being broken into, sorry, that speech impediment. So I literally, the way that her two-factor was set up is she would have to log in on Twitch, and then they would beam a code to her phone, so she would constantly scream, I was broken into, but I wouldn't be able to get into her account like she's claiming that I would if I didn't have her phone. Because I didn't have her phone number, I wouldn't be able to get the text to go and to put in to actually get into the account, so that claim fell on its face pretty goddamn hard. And then this gentleman right here was a guy that was hanging out with her for a while. He came into my chat twice, said that we were fighting too much, and I asked him who's we, and he's like, you and Alexis, and I said, well, you know, she's driving me nuts, essentially, and so he's like, you need to do better, and I said, I'm doing the best I can. You know, the brainwashing was rather insane. I would get people like this quite often that I would get people like this quite often that would go and fight on her behalf, saying I'm doing all this horrible stuff, and I would have to explain to them that that is not the case and that things are heavily distorted, for lack of a better term. So this gentleman eventually had passed away. You know, his depression had overwhelmed him, and he is no longer with us, and it's kind of sad. So people would continue going and busting her in her lies left and right. You know, it just wasn't really, it was not ending well for her. So what wound up happening after that is she had ran, and she had continued stalking me for a couple of months, having people popping into random streams I was in, threatening me. It didn't realistically stop until I had gotten a digital injunction against her. And so after that had happened, the smear eventually died out, you know. So it had died out completely, and I've, for the most part, had peace ever since. But no, a lot of people tried to say that I never had evidence and all this other shit, and everybody has evidence. That's the thing. It wasn't just me. There was like a lot of people looking at that. One of my exes literally looked at what she was doing, and she goes, you know, Raym, you're an asshole, but I'm going to go ahead and screenshot this, and I'll go ahead and send it over to you because this is going to get worse. And you're going to need to go and defend yourself because this smear is not going to get any better. So with that thought in mind, this pretty much concludes the evidence video showing what everybody had to deal with, the amount of abuse that was kind of pumping out of this person and stuff. I have plans to start working on the first video very soon when I can get some time and stuff, but I wanted to bang out the evidence vid when I could, because it was something that people have been nagging me for a while, especially on YouTube. When I talk about abuse and stuff, they're like, you know, you have no proof. Yes, I do. Plenty of proof for the person's behavior and stuff. I don't want to really go and dwell on it any more than what I have to, but for those that are claiming that I have no evidence, here's all of it right here. For all the people that were saying she was never abusive to anybody, here's your evidence right here. We went through, we tackled all of it, you know, and that's pretty much it. So again, this wasn't really meant to be entertaining. This is meant to be a spotlight on abuse and mental health and some of the bullshit that I had to go through as well as everybody else. So with that thought in mind, I greatly appreciate y'all's time and your effort in coming out. There really isn't much to like with this video, so I'm not expecting likes or anything. I'm not even really expecting it to get traction. It's mainly for the sake of my own sanity at this point, because people keep hounding and hounding and hounding, and it's actually rather insane. So with that thought in mind, that's going to conclude this chunk of the video, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening. We are back for the final time with the last video that I'm going to be doing covering this topic. Initially, I had really no intention of doing this last video, but when I had done the silver run of the original cut for my Abuse Awareness Week video, a lot of people were like, you know, you didn't really dive into how it impacted your mental health, like not enough. You didn't really dive into her mannerisms either, and like various things that she would do, and so I decided to do this one last section, essentially, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I find this last section actually pretty damn difficult because I still struggle to understand it at times. So, in terms of mannerisms and stuff, I honestly believe that there was nothing there for her. And I don't mean like nothing there as in just really dull. I mean nothing there as in nothing actually kind of existing, you know, personality-wise. I largely believe this because she would have this tendency to scoop up chunks of personalities from other people. You know, like who she was largely depended on who she was around at the time, and I found it to be very, very oddball. And so there was just a lot of things I think that kind of bothered me as time went on. If she hung out with nasty people, she would be nasty. If she hung out with me, she would be very kind and very sweet. You know, her entire personality past a certain point was starting to feel very manufactured. So I would always kind of look at that. I think, like, I would go and I would spend time with her and I would be like, oh, okay, you know, she's behaving normal today. But if I would go and watch her hang out with somebody else, she would go and she would adopt their mannerisms. Another thing that would kind of floor me a lot of the time is who she was in private was substantially different compared to what she would actually go and pretend to be in public. I would learn after a while that this is literally called, it's a form of projection, more or less. And so I would go and I would watch her moderate in a lot of streams and stuff at the time, and like I would watch what she would post to social media, and then if we hung out she was drastically different and stuff. So there was multiple layers there, I think, that there was really no getting away from. You know, like I wasn't immune to it by any means. With me it was kind of weird because I wouldn't emulate her per se. Like I wouldn't emulate what personality I saw, but I would have a tendency to go and be a mirror a lot of the time. So I would frequently give what I got. So as time went on, when the relationship had first started, everything was normal. I found that when we had started being together, she would blatantly state, oh, I like this, I like that, you know. She would essentially like everything that I liked, and she would hate everything that I didn't really care for too much, and it was like that for a very, very substantial chunk of the relationship in general. So after a while I found that, oh, that cricket. I'm sorry about that cricket. He's going to be the guest for the evening. He's hanging out and being loud and mouthy. But a lot of the time, the mask would start to slip, and I wouldn't really notice it too much, and then other times it would be like really, really prominent. So when you take the mask away, it's nothing but anger and raw vitriol. She would constantly go and say, I'm not toxic, I'm not toxic, but behind closed doors, she was actually very toxic. She would rage all the time. And it would scare the hell out of me, I think, past a certain point, like, she wouldn't rage normally. Like, when I would go and rage at a game or something, I would be like, oh, fuck this game is just the worst shit ever. Oh my god, I fucking hate this crap. Like, I would just go and have standard rage. But with her rage, she would rage to the point of almost having a borderline seizure. Like, she would freak out really, really hard. I never really understood why, because I would sit down and I'd say, "Hun, it's just a game. You know, it's nothing that you can't go back to and try again. It's not worth being this upset over." So with a lot of her personality, if I said anything she didn't agree with, I was instantly at fault, and I was more or less expected to either apologize immediately or more or less pay for it at that point. And so the pay came in a variety of flavors. Sometimes she would just go and scream at me. Other times she would go and demean me. Like, for example, we were both trans female. I still am. I don't know what the hell she became. I'm assuming it's still the same, but she would go and demean me quite a bit. She would have zero issue calling me a guy. I was still relatively early on in my transition and stuff, in terms of like transitioning socially, things like that. And I had come out to my friends at that point. And so she would go, and if she was mad at me, she would go and dead name me a lot of the time. Even though I already had, socially, I had transitioned over to my new name and stuff. I was just kind of going down the line with a lot of things. It was something that I was taking very seriously, and I was going full tilt with it. So she would have a tendency to dead name me. A lot of the times, privately, she would sit there and call me a guy. It was very, very aggravating, and I never really cared for it too much, and so this would be kind of like a recurring theme. She would frequently claim that I would go and be the source of her problems, more or less. She would have a lot of vitriol towards that, and after a while it would literally kind of cause me to inadvertently tiptoe around her, because with me, I have a trauma history that largely revolves around violence and anger. So when people actually get angry, it kind of makes my body and my hair just kind of stand up on end a little bit, and I'll kind of tiptoe around it. But I found that a lot of what she wanted was just like raw appeasement. A lot of the time her friends could do no wrong, I could do no right, essentially. And so she would make it a regular habit of going and punishing me as she saw fit. Sometimes she would just randomly disappear. Emotional abandonment was definitely a thing. She would go and stop saying, "Hey, I love you," or she would go out of her way to literally go and just up and ghost entirely for like a month at a time. And like, this was just kind of like an ongoing pattern of behavior, and I didn't really care for it. It bred a lot of anxiety on me and stuff. It wasn't really that great. A lot of the times she would go and give me the silent treatment as well, until she felt that I had had enough, and then she would have a tendency to go and bounce back and act like nothing had happened, more or less. And so I was always kind of, as the relationship had progressed, I was always trying to go and stay on her good side, whereas her friends never really had this issue. And so the relationship was easily the most tense one that I had ever been in. All the other relationships up until this point that I had had were actually pretty normal. They were very de facto standard. And I didn't have any issues with her initially, but as time went on, it had gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And so the abuse was getting kind of ridiculous. The wear and tear wasn't really getting any better. I felt like past a certain point that I couldn't really trust her because her personality would change so much that it would go and feel completely artificial. Things had actually started to get very strange when she would actually go and flat out mimic other people, and she would mimic their lives and how they behaved and stuff. I felt that it was very, very creepy. She would go and tell rather outlandish lies, like lying was definitely a part of her behavior. That's ingrained. It doesn't go away, she just gets slightly better at it, but I feel that she was grossly unaware of how absurd a lot of the lies were. Like, she would say, oh, I've been in this band and that band, and I would go and I would examine it, unintentionally. Like, I would go and I would listen to what it is that she was saying, and I would be like, yeah, that doesn't really check out because I'm a really huge music nut. So after a while, it kind of felt like her entire life was artificial. And it was really weird for me because her life felt artificial, her entire personality felt artificial. It was very much so a weird thing for me. This had even extended in the bedroom because she would constantly bat back and forth. First she would say, oh, I have trauma, I don't like sex, but she was always early on she was always kind of going and hounding me for sex and stuff, which I felt was very strange because I have like a history of sexual assault as well. And I wasn't, like, I would ask her for sex every now and then if like I was in the mood, but it wouldn't be like a super constant thing. And so this would kind of happen a lot of the time, and it just wasn't really that great. And it didn't really make speech impediment a lot of sense to me. So she would be like, I don't want sex, I want sex, and this would kind of revolve around a little bit. And she would fantasize a lot as well, which was very, very strange because she would ask during sex, how do you view me? And I'll be honest with you, I don't really think about that, when I'm going and getting knee deep. Like I don't really have like this inner dialogue where it's like, oh, I think like this, I think like that. I'm just going and porking it at that point, more or less. And so eventually I would ask what she meant, and she's like, well, do you view me as a guy, a girl? And, in my mind's eye, I never viewed her as anything other than female. So the question, because I had never misgendered her throughout the entire duration of the relationship, the question that I'd find myself asking is, why is this a thing? Why is how I view you such an important thing? Why is how everyone views you such an important thing? She was very much so a fan of keeping up appearances. She would want people to view her in a very specific fashion. And I felt that that was very strange and very disingenuous. Because with me, like, I'll flat out, a lot of the time, people that know me know that I'm incredibly blunt. I mean, I'm loving, but I'm blunt. I can be incredibly rough around the edges a lot of the time. So pretty much, for the most part, what you see is what you get. I mean, yes, I have deeper layers and stuff, but on that top surface level, what you see is what you get. And then with me having a little bit of autism, well, Asperger's, I have a tendency to go and mask a little bit as well. But it's not really, like, once you start to get to know me, the masking more or less drops at that point. And, it's not a really huge departure. It's not what she had going on. So I felt that she was kind of living multiple existences at that point. Some people, she would tell them that she was a rock star and she was living this fabulous life. Other people, she would go and say, oh, I'm struggling to keep my house and, I've been sick for a while. Like, she had multiple lives on rotation, and it was very, very strange for me. So she was always kind of focusing on gaining other people's approval, which I felt was really weird. And then if people had started to discover anything, she would get the hell away from them as fast as she could. And so I had started to notice this, and I would question it a lot, and I would question her, and if I had questioned her, she would be very upset with it because she felt that I should have this blanket trust of everything that she did. But while it's good to have trust, it's not good to trust unconditionally because that's how brainwashing occurs. So she would have this just mess, I guess, for lack of a better term, of multiple things going on. She would go and tell some people that she was doing some things. She would tell her closer friends that she was doing other things, but I don't really think any of it was really genuine. She would plagiarize herself as a kind person, but she would go and routinely treat people in quite shitty fashions. And so the more I had observed it, the more I had started to go and distrust her. Our sex life was really, really weird because with me being trans femme, she would always want me to take on traditional masculine roles. And for the most part, I wouldn't even really be on board with it. It's just something that I knew that would make her happy, so I would just be like, yeah, we can go ahead and do this. It's not the worst thing ever, but she would constantly tell me that she is okay with me transitioning over to female, but she would want me to do traditionally male things. And I'm trans femme. I'm not, non-binary or anything like that. I don't, aside from certain things like going and taking charge in some situations, I'm a fairly femme human being. I can be very emotionally driven a lot of the time. And so this had impacted our sex life a fair bit, and I didn't really care for it. I had started to withdraw, and her personality had changed substantially. She became more aggressive with a lot of things, and I didn't really care for it too much. It kind of scared me a little bit. I tried to accommodate every single partner that I'm with, but with her, there was no real reasonable accommodation. Like, she was telling me constantly that she was okay being in a trans femme T for T relationship, and yet she would want me to do male things. Quite often, she would want traditional roles as well, like traditional societal roles. Like, she would want me to take on a traditional male role of like working hard and coming home and like her making dinner and stuff. Like, she has a very bizarre 1950s style fantasy where she's like, you should go and work and then I can stay home and, take care of the house and kids and like all this other stuff. I had always viewed it as unrealistic because in the current day and age, it takes two people working just to, have a kid, and it's not easy, it's really not. And so she would fantasize about other things as well. Like, her head would spend a lot of time in the clouds. Like, she would fantasize about being American, and she would constantly make remarks, oh, I'm dating an American, that makes me American. And I would constantly sit her down and say, honey, you're not American. It's okay to, not be American. It's perfectly fine to be Canadian. Canada has a beautiful culture. It has its own issues, but the culture is still beautiful. America can be beautiful sometimes, but we're riddled with like a lot of bigotries and other things that we really just should not be exhibiting. And so a lot of the fantasizing would continue on. It was kind of weird because, so I'm legally blind. Anybody that's been to this channel knows that I cannot see for shit. And so a lot of the time, she would go and send me, I'm not really sure if they were like lewds or nudes. I wouldn't be able to go and tell, really, like, as awful as that sounds, because I, at the time, was using a really rudimentary cell phone. It didn't have accessibility options like I have with, like, my newer phones that I've gotten and stuff. So she would go and mail me photos. I wouldn't really be able to tell what's on them. I'd be like, oh, she would say that they were her, and I'm like, oh, you look beautiful. I'm glad that I'm with you. And so she would grill me and say that, she would be like, what do you like about it? And I was like, well, I would look at it like really closely because my visual acuity is really low. And I'd be like, well, I liked that shirt and stuff, and like she would never really be super satisfied with it. And so I felt like there was no winning past a certain point, because even if I told her something that I liked about her, she would always want more. She would kind of constantly go and feed on it. And so there was like a point in time towards the end of the relationship where I had started to go, and I had gotten a large monitor, and I was setting things up on a computer that I had picked up, and the computer was allowing me to interface with the internet a lot more. And so for me, text is an issue. So I went ahead, messages had just gotten external support, so I was able to go and look at her photos on a much larger screen, and it made it more accessible for me. And so I would look at a lot of the photos, and they would be really, really bizarre. She would go into, at the time she was using an iPhone, and she would go into the photo editing app. She would give herself green eyes and really pale skin. And I don't mean like pale skin like traditional 1980s goth style skin where it's just this liquid paper, white matte finish sort of skin. It was more kind of like trying to make her look standardized Caucasian, more or less. And I always felt that was kind of weird because she is basically a native Canadian. And I always felt that the culture was very beautiful. They're very beautiful people in general. And so I always felt it was really weird how she spent a lot of time trying to go and whitewash herself. And I always felt that she should be like really, really proud of who she, is, was, whatever, and she would never really be satisfied with it. And so I would ask, I'd be like, honey, why do you do this with your photos? Like, why, why is this a thing? And she would sit there and she'd be like, well, I don't know, it just feels right. And I was like, oh, okay, all right, whatever makes you happy, and so if I had gone, jealousy was definitely a staple in the relationship. If I said that I was working on myself and like getting better, this eventually became a target. It became something that she had to crush. So I was going through a lot of things, mentally, health-wise, just the whole 9 yards, and I didn't really want to take it lying down. So I had gotten to a point where it's like, okay, everything's going to hell. That's fine. If everything's going to go to hell, that's going to be okay. However, it is not okay for me to not work on it. So I would go and I would constantly work on myself. I had enrolled in therapy at the time, and I was like, we're going to make this better. Things are going to get better. I'm going to be better. I'm going to strive to be the best me that I can be. And as soon as I had announced that I was going to be the best me that I could be, she had started attacking me pretty much every chance that she had gotten. If I went and I questioned it, she would be angry. She would make remarks like, oh, well, I guess your therapist told you to say that. And, my therapist would never tell me to go and say anything. She would literally look at the conversations that we were having. She would say, this doesn't really seem healthy. This person seems to lie a lot and seems to suffer from their own set of issues, and that was pretty much it. So our arguments would revolve around this. Things had spiraled so far out of control that toxicity became the norm, which we're going to be getting into that when we go and cover how it impacted me and my mental health. So there was literally, as far as I could tell, there was really no sense of identity, no sense of really no sense of belonging. She would kind of drift from group to group. She would like cozy up to people, get bored, cozy up to other people, get bored. She would constantly strive to be around people that were doing well from a societal standpoint. Like if somebody was like, say, a sex worker and they were immensely popular, she would try to cozy up to them. Or if she was going and trying to rise up the ranks, she would try to cozy up to medium casters, and then she would go and network and try to cozy up to people that were, from a pecking order standpoint, higher than those casters. And this was kind of like always a constant thing with her. You know, it wasn't like she was never really satisfied with her lot in life or her current standing. She was always trying to reach up and befriend people that were always up a little bit higher on the proverbial food chain. And so it was very strange for me because with my friends and stuff, I've had the same people for a while now. And I'm pretty satisfied with them. You know, like I've got people that agree with me, people that don't agree with me. You know, I've always, for the most part, even with my behavioral issues, I have always managed to stick with them for well over 20 years now. And so that's how that's been. But with her, it was always a case of they would start off really good. Like a lot of her relationships would be very close and comforting and, you know, just really fluffy. And after a while, she would eventually start to hate them. She would go and demean them. And she would constantly say that they never appreciated her and all this other stuff. She didn't really hang out with what I would call high quality people. And by high quality, I don't mean like how much money they make or where they are in society. I mean like how they treat people. She would hang out with people that would have behaviors similar to hers, right? So a lot of the time she would hang out with people that would go and talk shit about other people, that would go and treat other people like crap. And so she would stick with it, and after a while I had noticed this, and then I had inadvertently compared it to my friend group, and I would say to myself, you know, this really isn't that great. This isn't like super healthy, you know, that's not really okay at all, you know, whatsoever. And I would go and I would do passive comparisons unintentionally. I would literally just go and look at it and be like, you know, this really could be and should be better. So it was really just, there was nothing really there. It was just kind of like this constant drive to climb up the social ladder, befriending people, talking shit about them, abandoning them for somebody else, and then this cycle would rinse dry and repeat essentially in a private fashion, because I would sit in chats with her and she would have these breakdowns. You know, she would be like, you know, these people are, or they're horrible, they're fucking idiots, and then she would also make comments like, they shouldn't be doing this and they should be doing what I do because I'm smart, and I would just kind of, you know, sit there and be like, okay, well, if you're smart, do you really have to announce it? And so I would start to ask a lot of critical questions. I would be like, hey, you know, why is this like this? Why is this not okay? Why does she demean me all the time? Why does she behave in public different than in private? You know, like critical thinking had taken off a fair bit. And I would spend a lot of my time just asking myself questions and working on myself, improving myself, doing whatever the hell it was that I could do to try to improve myself from within. Like, I wouldn't go out, like I wasn't like her in that regard, like I wouldn't go out and try to climb my way up the social ladder. What I would do is I would do a lot of self-study, and I would eventually say, okay, this is what's broken on me. We need to work on this. That's, you know, how that is. You know, if I want this to get better, I have to put the work in. And so it was really weird because a lot of this would pair up with her entitlement. She felt that people owed her all the time, and I never really cared for that too much, because going and working around my friends, essentially, I would help my friends for the sake of helping my friends, because they are my friends and I give a shit about them. Not for what I could get out of them. Like, I've always been a very firm believer that if you go and do something to throw it in somebody else's face later, like if you go and like say, my friend needs a pair of pants, right? And I go and I get him the pants and I'm like, here you go, dude, here is your pants. And then later on I'm thinking, okay, you know, how can I use that later to get what I want? I've always viewed that as a very large amount of manipulation, more or less. And so it was a pretty big nightmare for a while. What had really killed it for me is I had realized everything was incredibly artificial when she was going and getting ready to go out. And I was like, okay, whatever. I hope you enjoy your time. You know, she was going to a small show with her friend, and, you know, she was like, I'll see you tomorrow. And I was like, okay. We hung out the entire time she was getting ready. And she's like, I have to girl it up extra hard. And I never really understood that. And she's like, well, you know, I gotta girl it up. You know, I gotta make them, I gotta make them think that I'm a woman. And it's kind of weird because, so I'm trans femme, right? I don't have to sell my femininity, as weird as that sounds. Like, I always felt like when you're trans and stuff, it's often best to just be yourself. Like, with me, I'm just myself around everybody, and everybody just kind of gives me a heap of shit, and they're like, okay, mom, you know? Like, even with, like, my voice and how I look, all of my friends are like, hey, you know, it's fine, mom, we've got this, you know? But with her, she would always kind of sit there and be like, well, I have to sell it, I have to sell it, I have to sell it. And it's like, being trans, at least in my opinion, mind you, if you're femme, you're femme. You don't have to sell it, you don't have to throw on an act, you know? Like, if you go out of your way to try to go and sell it, something is wrong. Like, if you feel like you have to sell it, then you're not really being yourself. And I always felt that it was, like, really kind of creepy, you know? So she would be like, you know, do I look femme enough? Do I look femme enough? And I'd constantly tell them, I can't just be yourself. It doesn't matter what the fuck other people think. You're not here for their, you're not here for their validation. But she always felt like she had to have their validation. So we were kind of different because she was like, okay, well, you know, I gotta sell myself being a woman extra hard and, you know, all this other stuff. And then with me, I always had the attitude of, okay, well, I'm not gonna sell shit. I have feminine attributes, you know, and this is who I am. It's not an act. And that's kind of just how that is, you know. I felt that she wasn't very she wasn't very authentic. Oh, jeez. She wasn't very authentic with a lot of things because she always had to sell it. And it wasn't just, you know, her being trans that she was selling. She would always have to sell that she's a very nice human being and that she is here for when everybody needs her and stuff. Like, she would always just kind of have to sell this heap of dog shit. And it was very obnoxious. Like, if you know... if you know that you're being, like, nice or kind, you shouldn't have to announce it, per se, because you should already know. And then I always kind of viewed nice and kind as separate things anyways. Like, I always viewed being nice as, like, okay, well, nice is like a mask you wear, right? Like, you go to a family function, like, we've all been to family functions, and then you have that one sketchy relative that shows up, and, like, he shows up and he's got, like, a lazy eye and buck teeth. And so you kind of sit there and you're like, you want to say something because you don't really care for him that much. But your mom gives you the hard elbow and she's like, be nice to him. And she just points at you. And then, you know, so you go and you throw on a mask essentially and you go and you're nice, you know. I always viewed it as being incredibly different from kind because nice is kind of like a mask that you wear when you want to be socially accepted. Whereas kindness is something that is from within, more or less. At least to me, that's what kindness is just something that is born from within. It's something that you carry with you every day, that you go and you make the choice to be. You know, niceness is basically what you are when you want to be accepted. Kindness is who you are, because that's how you choose to be regardless of acceptance or not. And so a lot of the time, especially towards the end, everything had started to feel like an act. It wasn't really that great. Everything felt very plasticky, very artificial, and I had a hard time digesting it because in many ways I felt like I was living a lie. Everybody would be like, she's so nice, and I would go and I would look at the relationship and stuff that we had, and I would be like, you know, this really isn't that great. She's not who the hell everybody seems to believe that she is. So her personality would change all the time. Her mannerisms would change. She was, private about a lot of the abuse and stuff. You know, she didn't really like going public with much of anything. She didn't like me improving myself. She didn't like me being in therapy. She attacked me multiple times over Twitter for being in therapy. Instead of saying, hey, good for you, I'm glad you're getting better, and wanting me to improve myself, she would go and attack the holy living hell out of me. And after a while, it had gotten kind of insane. So that's when I had made the choice to leave, more or less, because I realized everything was very artificial. And I had said to myself, this is it. I'm done. I can't live like this. It was literally driving me insane. So, we're going to be moving into how it affected my mental health. It's probably not going to be a super long segment. The video is already, this section of the video is already about a half hour long, and, when I weasel this into the mega cut, it's probably going to make it about 4.5 hours long by the time everything's said and done. I want to try to keep it at least under 5 hours, because this is already kind of turning into a mountain of a project, and I want to try to contain it a little bit, much like I do my therapy sessions. So, the way that it had impacted my mental health is she had more or less kind of ground me down to nothing. She would attack my self-worth all the time. She would attack my identity all the time. As a trans person, like when you're in a relationship, you really just don't want to be invalidated and stuff. And with her having medicalist tendencies, it wasn't really going and getting any better. Like, she was a firm believer that in order to be trans, you have to be on hormones and go for bottom surgery and all this stuff, when in reality being trans is very much so more than this. So my self-esteem would eventually grind down into dust, and I had developed a lying habit. I literally wasn't really comfortable. Like, I was in a really weird space in the relationship, because I didn't want to leave the relationship at the time because I had anxiety that she would go and kill herself, but at the same time, going and staying in the relationship was extremely uncomfortable for me, because it was a constant game of always trying to go and keep her happy. And it wasn't really working out for me too well. We had multiple instances where she would literally go and say that she would want to see me smile more. And it had eventually escalated into a severe case of depression, because she would literally want me to smile all the time, and I just don't smile all the time. That's just how that is. I don't really know too many people that do. And so this was an issue for a while. It had more or less ground me down into nothing. I eventually had my psychotic episodes had actually gotten worse, and so did my anxiety. So it had gotten to the point where I was going and bouncing off the walls 24/7. My anxiety had plummeted to such a ridiculous extent that every single time she would go and post something negative, since I was used to being attacked by her, I would go and involuntarily verbally maul her. And so I would find out later that this is known as reactive abuse, where you have been abused for so long that it starts happening as a reflex. Now, obviously, the abuse is not who I am, but I was mirroring it at the time, and I was also experiencing it because of the environment that I was trying to do this relationship in. So I had actually become very volatile and very toxic myself past a certain point, and it wasn't really getting any better. Like, before the relationship, I was not like this, and now that I'm out of the relationship, I'm retentive, I'm crabby, but I'm not anything like I was when we were together. So my anxiety would reach a fever pitch, and my anxiety and my psychosis would kind of pair up together. I was a undiagnosed borderline at the time, a quiet one, so I'm like prone to imploding instead of exploding. And I still have like a lot of classic signs as well. Like I do, like I myself do have identity issues and things like that, you know. And but what would happen is, since manipulation and lying were such a common thing in the relationship, if something happened, it would make my anxiety spike. I became really codependent, so if I didn't hear from her, my anxiety would spike, and I would go and like slog her down her phone with really anxious messages and stuff, because there would be no communication. She would go off, do whatever the hell it is that she would want to do. I would be left out of the loop, so with me not really knowing whatever was going on at the time, I would not be able to function properly because I didn't really know if I was ever really coming or going. Psychosis had taken off full swing towards the end and stuff. Like, I had always kind of suffered from it, like, intermittently here and there, but I found that while I was in the relationship, it was substantially worse. And so I would go and I would hallucinate all kinds of weird things. Like, I would go and hallucinate about her going and stabbing me if she said that she was mad with me and wanted to kill me. I would go and I would hallucinate about that, and it would put a ton of stress on me. Like, it would go and give me anxiety that was so damn bad that I would have like heart palpitations. Like, it would literally physically affect me. And then when that anxiety would hit, psychosis would come around from me being manic, and it would whip my ass, like, all up and down the court. It still does, to a certain extent. Like, the abuse is, like, so damn bad that it's actually left a lasting mark on me. And so I have to literally go and cope with that. I'm still in therapy for this, and I am working through it, you know. So it had literally not gotten any better. Suicidality had gone up because the way that I was being treated at the time was that nothing was ever good enough. And so when you hear that all the time, you know, and when you experience the feeling and the belief of it all the time, you eventually start to believe that nothing you do is good enough. You eventually become more suicidal. And so eventually, past a certain point, I had checked out. Well, I had tried to check out. I didn't succeed. They wound up pumping my stomach and a bunch of other shit. But I wasn't really surviving too well. The entire time that I was in the ward, she had never bothered to check on me. She was out drinking and fucking off with her friends. So they had released me, and on the hospital's advice, they were like, you know, this person appears to have very strong narcissistic traits. You are being abused. Because they would go and look at my phone, like, some of the shit she would leave me. And so they would say, you know, you're suffering from PTSD, you know, essentially, which, with me having a history of abuse, I was already suffering from PTSD. This was, like, not a new thing, but being with her was making it worse. So I would literally sit there and I'd be like, okay, you know, this is what this is, and it would have a profound effect on my mental health, more or less. I would literally just kind of sit there and be like, okay, this is it. I would go, and at the time I was trying to find work. I couldn't hold it down because my mental stability was so far gone that basic functioning had gone out the window. I had literally gotten to a point where I had stopped taking care of myself entirely. Things had just eroded so heavily that I was just like, you know, to hell with it, I'm done. And so my mental health just kind of continued to deteriorate. My depression would spike, my psychosis would spike, my anxiety would spike. I eventually, the abuse was so bad that I had developed a heart arrhythmia, which I still carry. I went, talked to my doctor about it. They were like, yeah, this is stress-induced. This can also be caused by anxiety and PTSD. And I was like, okay. You know, and when I sat down and I had the conversation, she was like, yeah, you should probably leave. This isn't getting any better. And there was also, with the manipulation, I found that it would govern a lot of my behavior. For example, I would be like, okay, well, I want to break up with her, but I'm afraid of her going and killing herself, because she would always kind of hint around at it. quite a bit. Or sometimes she would just openly and blatantly go and say, hey, if you leave, I will kill myself. And so we were struggling really hard towards the end, both me and her, because she was constantly trying to go and gaslight me. If you leave, I'll go and I'll kill myself because I can't live without you, and all this other bullshit. And so gaslighting was its own special brand of fucked up. So what would happen is I would go and I would experience something, and if we had like an argument, I would try to address it normally. I would be like, hey, hon, when you say this, it feels like this, and she would get in my face, relatively quickly, mind you. And she'd be like, well, I didn't say it like that, or I didn't say that, or that's not how that was said. And so, for a while, I had actually believed this. I was like, alright, obviously I'm misremembering. And it was actually one of my friends online. She was going, and she was in the party at the time. My ex hadn't taken notice yet because she's not very observant. And she was literally sitting there saying, honey, that's called gaslighting. And I would have to go and learn about that. And so she was like, whenever somebody says stuff like that, or like whenever like you have a pretty good idea of what the truth is, and they flat out tell you, I didn't say it like that, or I didn't do that, and it's very evident that they did, that is known as gaslighting. And so I had become paranoid of my own thoughts past a certain point. I was literally sitting there, and I was like so damn paranoid with my own thoughts that I literally stopped trusting any thought that had bounced around like through my head and stuff. I was literally sitting there and I was like, oh, I can't trust my own thoughts. I don't even know what are my thoughts and what are her thoughts. Like it had fucked with me very substantially. And so after a while, communication had actually broken down. I had stopped wanting to spend time with her in its entirety. My friends were like really freaking out because normally in my friend group, I'm the one that like takes care of everybody, right? Like I kind of sit down and I'm like, oh, okay, mainly with like the smaller kids that pop in and out of the friends group, like they'll come to me with their problems and crap, and I'm like, hey man, I'm sorry, this is how you handle that. And then with my older friends, it's a much more heavier thing because they've got way heavier problems. And I'll sit down and say, all right, dude, we're going to work our way through it. I've got an open ear. We've got all night to talk about this. And so that's pretty much what I do in my friends group. And so the mental wear and tear was actually quite immense, at least to me it was. I would go and try to talk to her about some things, like some shit that I was going through, and she would constantly scream at me that she was not my therapist and that I couldn't go to her for anything, and this had actually deepened my depression a fair bit because I was like, when you're in a relationship, you should at least be able to talk to your significant other about shit that you're going through. That's part of having a healthy dialogue. And so she had gotten to the point where she was like, I don't want to hear it, I've got my own problems. And so after a while I had gone and I had stopped trusting her, trusting me. My friends had looked around and they were like, hun, this really isn't that great, this is super unhealthy, you are falling apart, you have to literally get up and do something about it. And I had gotten to a point where, so normally I had, a very steady wave of depression running through me, but I had gotten to the point where I was literally crying whenever I would wake up. I would cry before bed, and then, part of me would want to stay with her, but there was, a large portion of me that knew that I needed to leave and stuff, and, it was really weird, because on one end I was kind of having a reckoning with it, but on the other end it's like I was going and, actively rejecting it because I was like, I can make it work, this is okay. And so I spent a large portion of the end of the relationship was literally just me spending time bullshitting myself. And I know it sounds kind of funny and stuff, you kind of sit down and you're like, oh, human beings don't do that. But I assure you, We do. We do. We will sit here and lie to ourselves to try to keep something afloat, especially when you're codependent. So I had struggled with that for a very long time. And I eventually, when I had unplugged, I had, I think, a week period where I had freaked out, and then I was like, oh my god, what if she kills herself? But after that had passed, I was relatively okay. So I was in and out of the ward a fair bit, and they were like, oh yeah, this is narcissistic abuse. She really damaged the hell out of you. And I was like, okay. And I had started putting in the work to go and make it better, essentially. Like, I didn't want to lay on my back and be like, this is like the worst shit ever. Like, I literally said, okay. I was seeing a therapist in the ward at the time, and I was like, how do I make this better? Essentially, like, what do I need to do to make this better? And I eventually found my way with it. But no, it was just a hell of a ride. Like, I still, like, it left such a huge imprint on me that from time to time I still don't trust my own thoughts. Like, I still have a fair amount of paranoia. And whenever I'm in a relationship, like, I don't trust them at all. Like, I try to. But trust with me is like such a hard thing now because of this shit that even the woman that I'm with right now, she's kind of like, honey, it's kind of hard to do this. And, I understand, like, I get where she's coming from, but when you have damage like that, when you have somebody that's willing to go out of their way to try to destroy you hand over fist for the sake of themselves, essentially, you just kind of sit there and, these are the long-term ramifications of it. Yeah. I'm recording. What's up? Well, yeah, I'm still working on the video. What's up? No, it's in the dryer already. Yeah. No. Talking about the abuse aspect of it. Yeah, it should be done soon. No, not a problem. I love you too. But, yeah, we're talking about you. What you gonna do about it? Well, you're gonna come over here and whoop my ass? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. No, I love you too, honey. Let me wrap this up. I'm on, like, the last 15 minutes of it, I think. So, sorry about that. But, yeah. So when you have, like, that kind of collateral damage on you and stuff, it doesn't really get any better on its own. Like, you literally have to go and put in, like, tons and tons and tons of work. So I realistically have been in therapy for years as a consequence of this, and every now and then, like, I do get cold feet with my therapist. Like, I know that I'm supposed to be working through it, but a large portion of this is just literally just raw trauma. And so normally I don't even talk about it. It wasn't until people had asked me to go and do my entry for Abuse Awareness Week that I was like, okay, let's go ahead and see if I'm officially strong enough to go and talk about this. And so it's been quite the journey, I think. Like, I've been kind of just sitting here doing my thing, not really having to worry about it too much, but it's been a hell of a road. The abuse has been very extensive and stuff, and there's a strange comfort, I think, that kind of comes with knowing that I've made, like, really good ground and everything's just getting better. And I mean, it's a slow process, but I'm still going and moving forward all the time, and it's comforting to know that I have that capacity, whereas all this time later, she is most likely still the same. She most likely is still the same. I mean, granted, I haven't seen her in quite some time, but one thing life has taught me is that abusers don't change. They really don't. Like, they say they do, but they don't. And so the best thing that you can do, the best kind of revenge you can get, is quite literally your own survival. So, but Yeah, yeah, it's been a very interesting journey to say the least. But with that thought in mind, for those that came out today, I wanted to say thank you. This is a project that I have been working on for a hot minute now. It's definitely a very long project. I haven't really decided whether or not I'm going to keep this series of videos as unlisted or if I'm just going to go and make them public, because in many ways I get kind of tired of it being the wolf in my bed. And I get tired of like not, feeling like I can talk about it more or less. Like I definitely get sick of it, I think. So it's been a true pleasure to literally sit down and talk about this. It's been a very liberating experience. Decided that when this video uploads and stuff, it is going to be unlisted for a bit perhaps, and then maybe later on down the line we'll see about making it public. With her hosting smear campaigns and shit, I'm more than willing to bet that if anybody found this and it kind of blew up a little bit, that she most likely would, have some of her friends in my comments creating issues for me like normal. So with that thought in mind, thank you for coming out and stuff. I hope you all are doing well. And as always, be good to yourselves and each other.